This meeting to order. What a privilege it is to see all you fine folks here. I really do appreciate it. You're here for a myriad of reasons, and I'm very grateful to Pastor Latham for being here, Reverend Latham, and I'm just genuinely happy to see it. So will you all please rise for our invocation, led by our Reverend Jeffrey Latham.
Gracious Heavenly Father, we come before you today in special prayer request to make our request known to you, Lord, today. Father, I want to pray over this court, but Lord, you've laid on my heart to pray for our families, to pray over all of the issues and all the things that we do at all levels of government affect our families. So, Father, I pray today that you would help us in our hearts to pour out peace and love toward each other. Father, that we would see you do an awesome work in Hays County as we have seen over the years, that it would continue. I pray over my friend and Judge Ruben Basiera, Lord, and his family, that you would bless him. Bless all of our commissioners. Every work and thought that they have today that may be brought in peace, Lord, to come to an understanding that we can do all these things for your good and for your glory. So I thank you for all of the servants that are here today, for those that hold shovels in their hands and dig and build. Lord, for those that are officers that need your protection as they work today. So, Father, I come before you in all the business that we do across Hays County today, that you would just shine your light, Lord, of love and peace and hope for this great place called San Marcos, Texas, and for Hays County. Bless this room today, Lord. Thank you for your love and your grace and your mercy, for we each need it. In the name of Christ, I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Love you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. There was a real... the mic is on. I'm going to take just a second before we move on. There was a really nice message that I heard that our Reverend Latham reminded me of, and I'm going to read it really quick. I take no action, and people are reformed. I enjoy peace, and people become honest. I do nothing, and people become rich. If I keep from imposing on the people, they become themselves. Wonderful, well said. Dr. Cardenas, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Inglesby. Here. Commissioner Jones.
Here.
Commissioner Shell.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Judge Becerra.
Here. Okay, and our agenda states that at 9 a.m. we are to have a public hearing. And I just want to let those know that that's not exactly the way it's going to happen. So if you're here for the 9 a.m. public hearing, it'll probably be a little late. So I'm sorry if you're here for that. Will you please open agenda? Oh, no. See, I'm trying to move along. Let me go to the public comments. Those in the audience who have submitted a public participation witness form will now have 3 minutes to speak on non-agenda related topics. Unfortunately, no action may be taken by the court during public comments, as we are expected not to respond. Any questions will be taken as rhetorical. Please keep your comments and language civil and respectful, or you will forfeit the remainder of your time. In the spirit of respect, please silence your cell phones. First person signed up to speak is Mr. Rodrigo Amaya.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. I wanted to take my 3 minutes today to respond to those comments that were made last week by Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Jones. It's in reference to when I came up here and said that the sheriff's office had created over 100 positions. Commissioner Smith, you stated that the sheriff doesn't create positions. Y'all do. That's correct, but he comes up here, you give him everything he wants, there's no resistance, there's no justification. So he does make them. You just rubber stamp it and move on. So I wanted to respond to that. The other thing is the building up in Dripping Springs. Y'all were talking about how it's not, up to standard for the needs of the community. Y'all were asked when it was built. There's a lot of questions and stuff, but Commissioner Jones responded that we learned what not to do designing that building. That's not true. Government Center is a wreck. My sources tell me y'all had legal and bridge guy here, Mr. Borshading, go up there and design it. That's what I was told. And now we've got issues with space. There's no need for you to build 28, 29-foot ceilings. It's a waste of energy, So obviously, we didn't learn from that because things keep happening over and over and over, So I wanted to respond to those things. The other thing is the issues with the technology about the agendas. It used to be real easy for me to go and download it. Now I got to go through all kinds of stuff and call some technical support. Friends of mine that are in that business, I'm not a tech guy, I do other things but I have to ask for help. It used to be so simple. They're making it more complicated. I don't know if that's being done purposely, but we have a problem with it. The other thing is that, we got folks coming up here, attorneys, talking about the ACLU concerns about the way the indigent defenders and system set up over there with the judges and all the backlog and cases being heard and stuff. I need to take that serious because, I'm going to start making calls to the ACLU myself and letting them know. And what happens is we end up losing as taxpayers. So I need to do a better job of what y'all are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amaya. Next up to speak, we have Mr. Dan Lyon.
Thank you very much, Judge Becerra and County Commissioners. I'd also like to thank Mr. Amaya because what he's saying is right along with what I'm going to say here this morning. I'd like to first start with a quote. It's out of a little booklet that y'all used to hand out called The Constitution of the United States. I wish you would still hand them out, but I think you found out that some people were reading them and it was pretty much directly opposed to some of the things you're doing. This quote is from Thomas Jefferson. It says, "I, however, place economy among the first and most important Republican virtues, and public debt as the greatest of dangers to be feared. To preserve our independence, we must not let our rulers load us with perpetual debt. I am for a government rigorously frugal and simple." And of course, when he said Republican, he didn't mean Republican or Democrat. He meant that the United States is a republic, and it's not a democracy. So that's so much for that. All right. The last time I checked the county's website, the county was $522 million in debt, and it was making payments of $40 million a year to service that debt. I know some of you people would tell me that, oh no, that's not the real situation because there's pass-through charges and we're going to get money from the state. Well, maybe we will, maybe we won't. Have you checked the price of oil? Yesterday it dropped $2 a barrel. Or I don't, I wouldn't count on that money, but that's what y'all are doing. Anyway, last week I was here at Commissioner's Court talking about the Kinder Morgan pipeline. I believe that by now most people know that it is a done deal, and as one commissioner was quoted as admitting that the pipeline can't be stopped, it can only be delayed. If we're suing people to delay the pipeline that we know is going to go through there, we need to stop that now. This is just squandering taxpayer money. Y'all know that you stand to make millions from that pipeline coming through. And let me just say that the place to fight that pipeline was at the state legislature. I know our District 45 representative has dropped the ball on that. She had more important things to do than protect people's property rights. Let's get to disbursements. BestBuyTexas.com LLC, Chapter 381, Economic Incentive Development Agreement, Auditor. We gave them back $1,039,616. Card Service Center, airfare for the district clerk, $542. Alex's Paint and Body, 2014 Chevy Tahoe repairs for the sheriff, $400. Card Service Center, lodging for prisoner transport for the sheriff, $81.77. Let's go down to Hilton Anatoly, lodging for public health. 2 disbursements for $1,334.72. Society for Human Resources Management, that's the Human Resource Department. Membership dues, $219. GT Distributing Incorporated, Colt M4, semi-auto 16-inch weapons, $4,408. That's Constable Precinct 1. Go ahead, buy it, and make my day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And our last speaker on public comments, Mr. Mike Lee.
Good morning. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you in the first place. I come again to speak about cite and release, and my concerns are well stated, as you know. You have a report that indicates that the San Marcos Police Department is treating people black people in a discriminatory manner. And that report was generated because of you. I'm simply asking you to denounce that policy. Now, I understand, I learned just this morning, just before I came, that Mano Amiga is going to complain about this matter to City Council, but I believe that this body is the lead political agency in the county. And I believe it's incumbent upon you to say something about that. And I'm challenging this matter in court in a couple of cases that I have, and I may be able to get some relief there with respect to this matter. I'm hoping that the court will see it my way and do what the Constitution says. And I also want to thank you for what you've done in terms of trying to alleviate the burden of bail problems and people going in and out of jail with the new court that's set up. And I'm glad that I'm being considered to be part of a research project to do something in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. And next, we will please open agenda item number 1.
Number 1, presentation of Hays County Service Awards.
Good morning. Good morning. Today, we're here to honor those employees who are reaching service award milestones, as well as a couple of retirees. When I call your name, if you would please just stay at the dais and we'll get a group picture. Celebrating 5 years of service is Gina May. I don't believe she's in court this morning, but we did want to honor her. Rebecca Culpepper, the District Attorney's Office, not here. Felicia Batiste with the Juvenile Detention Center. Okay, I'll take it. I'll give it to you. Thank you. Kara Oldham with the Juvenile Probation Office. And also celebrating 5 years is Carrie Woods with the Sheriff's Office.
there's more.
All right, perfect, thank you all. Look at the camera and smile big. You are looking great. One more, keep looking. Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Keep going.
Celebrating 10 years of service is Tina Henry with the Sheriff's Office. Doesn't look like she's in court this morning. Celebrating 15 years of service, Brother Wayne with the Juvenile Detention Center.
What we're saying is keep working.
Also celebrating 15 years of service is Patricia Ramirez. She's not in court this morning. Also celebrating 15 years of service is Raul Marino with the Transportation Department.
I'm sorry I opened these boxes, but I don't believe in handing people a box. I want them to see what they're getting. I want them to see our appreciation as a county. Congratulations. Thank you, sir, for your service. That's it. If you guys just
Everybody look at the camera and smile big. You are looking good. One more.
Celebrating 20 years of service is Erica Hernandez with the Sheriff's Office.
And I'm giving you a stone because we want to keep you.
Thank you.
Keep going. Congratulations.
Also celebrating 20 years is Jerry Borcherding with the Transportation Department.
You can water this one.
That's right.
Is this yours? Okay, very good. Very good. All right. Here we go. Halfway to retirement, guys.
Halfway to retirement.
All right, everybody look at the camera and smile big. Keep smiling. Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good, Jerry.
Thank you very much, guys. If y'all can hold up, we got two more. Just give us 1 minute.
Okay, celebrating retirement milestones, both with the District Attorney's Office, Deborah Zorb and Edna Chagoda.
So
office. We're gonna scoot y'all on up there. They have all the deals.
Maybe when we're done, if you guys want to say something.
Okay.
Are there any family and friends want to be part of this picture? Come on up. Please. Oh, yeah, bring that with you. Man, bring that with you. Some of you guys come this way so we can leave them in the middle.
Let me take a picture. Okay.
Come on over, come on over. Perfect. Beautiful. Wait a minute. This is so beautiful, it must be shown. Look at this beauty.
All right.
Well done.
Thank you.
We're gonna do a couple of personal
Yeah.
shots here.
So if you guys will count, so we'll know who to look at.
All right. Okay. We got this.
This is magnificent.
Give us,
All right. Everybody look at the camera and smile. Okay. we got that.
oh, we're gonna do another one here.
Holy smokes. Why is it so blurry?
Don't go anywhere.
No.
Okay. There you go.
Just because the work is piling up there. All right, let's see, we got it. Next. Very good. All right, everybody look at the camera and smile. Keep looking. One more. Perfect.
Congratulations.
Awesome.
That's 10 more years, 10 more years. He's got, he needs 10 more years.
What we'll do is we'll give you guys a 3-minute recess to clear out.
Let's go.
We are back. We want to give them a chance to clear out and take their pictures, and we appreciate them coming out to support their friends and family. And so, thank you, Mr. Rumbles, for closing the door. Will you please open agenda item number 2?
Number 2, approve payments of county invoices.
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. I open that one by itself just to create the habit of discussing anything that we may have on that front. Although I didn't get copies of the invoices till 8:45 this morning, I didn't have a chance to review them, but I wanted to let you guys know that our goal is to discuss anything related to invoices in this space. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones? Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open 3 through 9.
3, approve payments of juror checks. 4, approve Commissioners' Court minutes of February 18th, 2020. 5, approve the payment of the February 29th, 2020 payroll disbursements in an amount not to exceed $3,900,000 effective February 28th, 2020, and post totals for wages, withholdings, deductions, and benefits on the Hays County website once finalized. Excuse me. 6, authorize on-site sewage facility permit for the Buzz RV Park located at 145 Kai Vista Drive, Kyle, Texas. 7, authorize on-site sewage facility permit for 2 mobile homes located at 2600 Matthias Lane, Kyle, Texas. 8, approve utility permits. 9, approve and accept the 2019 racial profiling report for the Hays County Sheriff's Office.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any comments? I'd like to ask the sheriff, I really appreciate these reports, and I had just a couple of questions. So I wanted to see if the sheriff or someone from the sheriff's office would be willing to answer them before we call the vote, just so we could have it on record. Sheriff, this report is awesome, and I appreciate it, and it shows what a efficient job your office is doing. So on many fronts, things are good on that lane. I had 2 questions for you. During the description of contraband, it shows drugs 248. Do you have available, is it extrapolated in a way that we could see it, the breakdown for drug offenses and categories?
Yes, we can get that, yes.
Thank you. I'm not trying to put you on the spot because we didn't stage this, but do you know off the top of your head any kind of numbers that might be referenceable but yet not hold you to them specifically?
No, not right off the top of the head, because we do have officers signed out at DEA too. Depends on how far you want to look at this.
Yes, sir. Okay. My other question is geographical. As you hear, one of our public comments was about geography, is one way to describe it. So my second question on this very good report is, how do we get to see on a map of Hays County where the lion's share of your officers are doing the work they are doing?
Well, we can get those, Judge. We've got to remember too, we're a member of Narcotics Task Force here all across San Marcos. We house at the San Marcos Police Department, so we have them all across the county and in the cities as well. So we're a member of the Hays County Narcotics Task Force. So that would be county and citywide.
Yes, sir. But just in general, I'm sorry, let me clarify, that was my fault. The general process, for example, when you see another municipality, I won't mention any names, they have a high propensity of patrolling the highway, and it shows on their reports. I'm not jabbing the sheriff's office in any way, but what I'd like to do is see if there's a way that we could include this, because this also trickles into the constable's offices And it's an opportunity for us to just have a finer granulated messaging to answer these questions that we're seeing, to simply, not just to drugs specifically. Jerry, because you've had 20 years today, we're going to let it pass. Oh, that's okay, Jerry. But my question is more specific in general. Say, for example, traffic. I know the Precinct 4 has a lot of issues of traffic on 290, for example. And so I was trying to get an understanding of the use of the sheriff's office as a whole, not specific to drugs, where the concentrations are of your interactions. If there's some geographical tool that we can get that just would potentially, even shotgun to start, just the understanding of myself and for the community of the impact that you're having, I think that would be useful as well if that's an availability.
Well, remember, you said patrolling, it's the word you said. I cannot give the statistics for these cities.
Right,
You know,
right.
so there's a difference in patrolling and narcotics task force.
Absolutely.
Narcotics task force are investigating narcotics activity, and patrolling could be various reasons how that comes into contact with narcotics on patrolling. So I can speak for Hays County, but not for the other municipalities.
And that's my hope exactly, to clarify on the patrolling piece for your resources, not specific to a municipality. I understand and appreciate your county-wide footprint.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you,
And
sir.
Judge, may I just ask, are you talking about just patrolling in general, or are you referencing, as I look at the report, the street address or approximate location of the stop?
I would like to know, because as you know, we're getting asked, I would like to know how our resources are being distributed, are being dispatched, or in some way develop a pattern if there's an area that is problematic or an area that, I don't want to put words into the sheriff's mouth, but if there's an area that's being patrolled aggressively, I'd like to have that show up in a report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate it. Yes?
I would have, Sheriff, can you hold on 1 second? I think if we got that information, I wouldn't want to just look at, I mean, if you are able to compile that information geographically throughout the county, I wouldn't want to just look at drug or contraband. I would want to look at all
Exactly.
instances. But more importantly, I'd also want to know, and this is out of the sheriff's bailiwick, I'd want to see what other instances were out there where we had other law enforcement doing those same actions, because I can see very easily that, if you use the example of 290,
Yeah.
we may have, increased traffic enforcement there, but unless you pair that report with what the Precinct 4 Constable's Office is doing, you don't get a good view or understanding of where that need is. Similarly, if you looked possibly at the overall number of burglaries and those kind of things in the county, you'd want to add in San Marcos to that because they have a higher number than some of the other cities. So if we want to have that complete picture, we want to include all those, not just the sheriff.
Yes, but I was just being specific to the sheriff because he's the only one here with this report in front of him, and I agree with you, though.
Well, I'm just saying,
Yes,
we've
I agree
already
with you.
approved one of these constable reports, and
Yes.
we've got at least 4 more to go.
Yeah.
One more today, so if we're going to ask that, we ought to do it for all of them, I think it'd be a good idea.
I agree, and that's actually during the budget process last year, Sheriff, sorry to keep you there, but during the budget process last year, I asked each constable to come to my office to share with us exactly that, Commissioner, because I agree with you 100%. I want to see the same information that you have in a way that is easier to process for the majority of the people. But it's a good start to get yours with that footprint, and then we can ask the others to feed into it as well.
Right.
But I agree, and not specific to drugs, just general.
Right. And along your line, Commissioner Smith, remember Highway Patrol's got quite a presence on 290 West. They're a different agency.
Yes, sir. Exactly, and thank you, Sheriff, thank you for so much.
All right, thank you.
Will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Will you please open agenda item 10?
10, approve a replacement lease for the sheriff's office through the Enterprise Master Equity Lease Agreement.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Comments? I had a question on number 10. Can you help me understand what the changes are? Who could best answer that? Mr. Kennedy
Changes?
for agenda? Because we're approving changes A
Well, it's-
replacement.
The vehicle was
Total.
totaled out,
Totaled
and
out.
so they have to change the name of the vehicle on the vehicle.
Okay, good. That's what I wanted to know, because I didn't see that. Thank you. Will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes. Will you please open 11 through 15?
11, authorize the district court to purchase one replacement Dell Latitude 5400 and one replacement Optiplex 7070 computer valued at $1,714.74 and amend the budget accordingly. 12, authorize payment to Waldrop Insurance Agency for $1,750 for fidelity bond renewals for 2 county court at law judges in which no purchase order was issued as required per county purchasing policy. 13, authorize payment to Waldrop Insurance Agency for $875 for fidelity bond renewal for county clerk in which no purchase order was issued as required per county purchasing policy. 14, authorize payment to Stars Information Solutions for $695 for annual software and hardware support, fee ScanPro 3000 microfilm scanner for the Hayes County Clerk's Office in which no purchase order was issued as required per county purchasing policy. 15, accept and approve the 2019 racial profiling report from Hayes County Constable Office Precinct 1.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Just, the judges and the clerk's office knows to get fees from now on, right?
Right.
Thank you.
That'll be in the budget next time, yes.
And I have a question, since we have Precinct 1 represented. Would you, I hate to call you to the podium, but it's because it's just a very short message. Those things that we had a conversation with the sheriff about, I also appreciate from the Precinct 1 office. And I was hoping that if you have that information of a breakout so that we can articulate time and place in general terms, locations of things going on in breakouts, just a little more finer granulated messaging so that we could be of more use to you.
Okay.
I would love and appreciate if you would provide us that. We'll approve this report, but I'd still like to see if your office will email it to mine.
Sure. Yeah, the majority of this is in precinct 1.
Yes, sir.
Constable area, so that's not a problem.
Yes, but within that precinct, you know, the same holds true as our commissioner pointed out. It'll help us to create a more complete picture of what's going on countywide. So
You got it.
I wanted to take that opportunity to thank you for being here and ask for the same thing.
Sounds good.
Thank you, sir. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell? Yes. Commissioner Smith? Judge Becerra.
Yes, will you please open 16?
16, discussion and possible action to approve the selection of Land, Inc. to provide preliminary schematic design services for 3 low-water crossings in Precinct 3 and authorize staff and council to negotiate a contract.
Thank you, Judge. These low water crossing projects are part of our bond program. I think I might be one of the final commissioners to select some low water crossings. I know there's at least a few in 1 and 2 and maybe 1 in Precinct 4. We've tried to select 3 to take a look at it. We'll have kind of a scoping meeting to see exactly which ones we dial into. Right now, we're looking at 3, and we have discussed this with our program manager to make sure that this works within the program. And obviously, we will then work with LAN to bring back a contract.
Beautiful.
Just to clarify, we have 2 that are in process and 4, and we're almost done with our engineering. So.
Thank you, and I'm glad to see it. Each commissioner is doing their part to cover that space. Oh, Commissioner, can we get a motion?
If there's no further questions, I'll make a motion to approve the selection of LAN Inc. to provide preliminary schematic design services for 3 low water crossings in Precinct 3 and authorize staff and council to negotiate a contract.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments? Dr. Cardenas, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes. Now we go to our public hearing. Will you please open agenda item number 23?
23, hold a public hearing to consider the proposed assessments to be levied against assessable property within Neighborhood Improvement Area Number 2 of the La Cima Public Improvement District pursuant to Chapter 372 of the Texas Local Government Code.
Okay, and at this point in time, I'm gonna open a public hearing. For this particular issue, you don't have to have signed up, although someone has, and I will read you, thank you. You don't have to sign up to this space. If there is anyone here to speak for or against this agenda item, please approach the podium. In the meantime, we have signed up to speak Mr. Rodrigo Amaya.
Thank you, Judge, Court. I just wanted it to be known that I hope y'all are totally against this. There's quite a bit of attention on that area as well as Kissing Tree. No, my understanding is the county has over $100 million taxpayers' money invested in that. And most of these areas aren't even of any benefit to citizens. I've been attending some of the city council discussions and stuff. Some of these, like Kissing Tree, they've got a fire station on each side of the subdivision. I mean, that's excessive. We don't have those kinds of public utilities anywhere else in the community. Why are these folks getting all this attention? I mean, there's several agenda items on this week's agenda to address the needs of that subdivision that's off limits to us taxpayers. So what do we get out of it? Why so much attention and so much focus on it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amaya. Is there anyone else to speak for or against this agenda item? Seeing no movement, I will close the public hearing. Commissioner Shell?
Thank you, Judge. I know our bonds counsel is here and probably going to be the next item. Do we need to have any action on this particular item? The actual hearing?
Not on the public hearing, I don't think.
Did we officially close?
I just did, yes, sir.
Can we move on to number 24 then?
I plan on opening 24 and 25 in that order. Okay, we're good? Okay. Dr. Cardenas, will you please open agenda item number 24?
24, discussion and possible action to adopt an order of the Commissioners Court of Hays County, Texas, accepting and approving a service and assessment plan and Neighborhood Improvement Area Number 2 assessment roll for La Cima Public Improvement District, making a finding of special benefit to the property and Neighborhood Improvement Area Number 2 of the district, levying special assessments against property within the district and establishing a lien on such property, providing for the method of assessment and the payment of the Neighborhood Improvement Area Number 2 assessments in accordance with Chapter 372, Texas Local Government Code as amended, providing penalties and interest on delinquent assessments, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
We have our bonds counsel here, Judge.
And if you will please approach the podium, state your name and title.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Julie Houston. I'm your bond counsel with the law firm of Oric. What you have before you today is an order where you're considering approving a service and assessment plan for Improvement Area 2 of the La Cima Public Improvement District. If approved, this would approve a finite set of public improvements, water, wastewater, roads, to be constructed and financed through the landowners who live in Improvement Number 2, Area Number 2, through their assessments.
Commissioner?
And just to, for my understanding, the best way to explain this, and I think we called for this, the public hearing 2 weeks ago. This is the second neighborhood. We've done one before that, and then we did the original master PID from the beginning. That was
2015.
Before my time. But so this would be for the second neighborhood. These bonds would pay for the construction of the infrastructure within that neighborhood of La Cima, which would be streets, utilities, et cetera.
No, Commissioner, you said second neighborhood, but it's all the same neighborhood, Lacima, but the second section may be, right?
Yes, and I can't remember what is the definition?
Yeah, they define kind of development areas as neighborhood improvement areas.
Okay,
And so this is, yeah, the second phase, but it's given the title Neighborhood Improvement Area 2.
I just don't want the community to think that we're creating another Lacima, that's all.
Right, so there was a kind of a Lacima overall,
Yes,
and
sir.
then there was a neighborhood improvement area number 1, and then a neighborhood improvement area 2. So
Perfect.
the hearing that was called 2 weeks ago for today was regarding neighborhood improvement area number 2, which is for the interior streets and utilities associated with that neighborhood improvement area. And the assessments are paid for by the owners of the properties. Initially, that would be more than likely all developer-owned. As the lots are sold or houses are built and sold, then those assessments go to the owner of the property, and they pay those similarly to a tax. So they would get a tax bill, and on the tax bill, they would have everything that you would normally have, Hays County School District, et cetera, ESDs, and then they would also have an assessment for their neighborhood. And I believe when they purchase property in an area that has a PID, when they close on those, they are noticed of pending assessments and understand what that means if you buy property that is in a PID.
Yes, sir. And then notice is attached to that landowner agreement. That's the second item to take up, where this will get filed in the official public records of the county. And there is an official notice that must be given to any potential homeowner if it's a residential, when it's sold to the residential owner. And that form is also attached.
And the,
Same as if it was a mud.
very similar,
And a MUD, for the
Yes.
acronym's sake, sorry guys, I just want to, as the layman in this space, I want to just remind people, a MUD is an acronym for a municipal utility district, for
Yes.
those watching.
Right. And it is a political subdivision in itself.
Yes.
and a PID is a public improvement district. And the maximum that those assessments and their taxes, there is a maximum that those can be. So you don't want to create an instance where it's possible that you would have a higher total tax rate, including the assessment, than what you would potentially find somewhere else. And so there is a maximum, and I don't know if you know off the top of your head what
Yes,
that.
it's $3.05.
Okay, so $3.05.
I think we're at 301 on this one, am I right?
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
305 is the max, and so their assessment added up with all of the other tax rates can at a max equal 305. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and we are not there on this one.
Yes, and thank you, Commissioner, for clarifying, because as you know, many people do a lot of good things in our county, and when we don't tell the story, when we don't articulate what's actually happening and what we're doing, misunderstandings are very easy to be had, and so I really thank you for taking the time to clarify that, because I believe, as I've learned more, I believe a PID, is everything okay? Okay. I believe a PID is useful and very useful in certain spaces and times. And so I've learned that after getting elected, because at first, outsider's perspective, the PID is the devil. And so that's not quite right. And so I'm grateful to be sitting here in this space and thanking you for taking the time to clarify so that we can all get educated on what a PID is and how it works. And thank you for clarifying. Are there any other things you would like to add or ask?
Julie, I just want to clarify, I believe this is correct, but for the improvements of area number 2, it is the $9,563,000, is that correct?
That's the total cost of those improvements. Only the $5,475,000 is being assessed now to keep it under that cap.
Okay,
And the rest will be paid for by the developer.
okay. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments?
No, I just want
How
to
much-
say,
Oh, I'm sorry, 1 second.
I was just going to say thank you for, I know that we had this discussion in exec, but I think it's very helpful the way that you explained it, Commissioner Shell, and getting the actual information out there on this item. I appreciate it.
And just, how much county funds have we put into Lacima?
We don't put in funds, and then our time is actually reimbursed as well. We do have someone that manages the PID, the company.
It's called P3 Works.
P3 Works, and so they are not funded by the Hays County taxpayer, it's funded by developer through the PID. That is the company that makes sure, you know, all of the lots and the residents are accurately represented and the assessments are accurate and that we meet all of the rules that are associated with the PID. So they are the team that looks on that on behalf of not just us, but also anyone that might live within the PID.
And so long as the assessments are outstanding, there's also a small administrative expense that gets collected to pay for county time and for P3 works.
Mr. Kennedy?
Commissioner Shell's correct that county funds have not been put into this portion. I just wanted to note for the record that we did acquire right-of-way for a portion of Center Point. It was a partial donation, but we did acquire right-of-way from a landowner back several years ago, so.
And then, one last question, even though the PID's paying all the funds, those outstanding debt on those bonds still shows up on, it's part of our total debt.
That is the downfall that I have learned to understand, is it shows that it is our $100 million debt,
Just like the pass-through.
but it's,
By the assessments, yeah.
that is confusing to most. That is true.
That is true.
Okay, so on that piece, Mr. Kennedy, I wanted to just take that moment to clarify. We acquired some right-of-way from Centerpoint to ultimately connect to the PID, is that what the idea is?
No, Center Point's been designed as an arterial, and the portion that runs through the spine of that project was acquired by the county. It's a significant amount of right-of-way, more than we would normally require a developer to dedicate, so we made a purchase of that at a significant discount, so it was a partial donation by a developer at the time.
And the idea, just to understand it further, the idea is for this roadway to go through this, to end up on 12 ultimately, is that right?
It is on 12.
Yeah, in our transportation plan, ultimately, CenterPoint goes from Hunter Road to RM12 at the intersection there at Wonder World and Old 12, which is the Lacima, that new intersection. So on our transportation plan now, that is CenterPoint.
Correct. Okay.
At this point, CenterPoint will be constructed from Hunter Road to the end of Lacima's to the end of Kissing Tree's property, and then from 12 to the end of Lacima's property. Then there would be that gap between, which there are multiple property owners, at least two, that are between the end of Lacima's proposed development and Kissing Tree's proposed development. And that will remain on our transportation plan. That's something a project that at some point the county could look at, or the city could look at. The city obviously has already annexed Kissing Tree, so it's likely that those could all be in the city limits at some point, whenever that is done. But at this point, CenterPoint is shown as that connection between 12 and Hunter Road.
Okay. Thank you for that
And it's a
clarification.
county road in Lacima, but a city road
In
in
Kissing Tree.
Kissing Tree. Is that correct? Or a county road
Correct,
in
but-
portions of Lacima that
Correct,
aren't
portions
annexed.
of Lacima, there are portions that the city has now annexed, and so as that happens further and further back, the city will maintain it from that point on.
They will take over.
And that's another clarification point. As this is developing, the city of San Marcos is annexing.
Correct.
Could you just expand just for a moment the process that the city is going through on that annexation front?
Okay, my understanding is that as each area is platted, that's the trigger under the development agreement that was executed by the county, the city, and the developer.
Correct.
So, I've just got a question then, Mark. So they're annexing him before there's any residents, so they won't have to go to the vote for that, or they'll just have to have the one property owner vote yes to get annexed, I guess?
Well, it's written into the development agreement.
So it's already, it's grandfathered in.
And as they annex a finally platted section, it is true that developer is the only owner of those
Would have a vote
lots
anyway.
at that time, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Much clarity has been provided. Do we have a motion? We have a motion already in a second.
Do I need to read that entire, okay, I always,
For safety.
I
Yes,
want to
please.
make sure, because that's hard for me to read that much.
Tell us how
I did go to A&M.
schools.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good school.
Okay, I'll give it a shot. If there's no further questions, I will move to adopt An order of the Commissioners Court of Hays County, Texas, accepting and approving a service and assessment plan in Neighborhood Improvement Area Number 2 assessment roll for Lacema Improvement District, making a finding of special benefit to the property in Neighborhood Improvement Area Number 2 of the district, levying special assessments against property within the district, and establishing a lien on such property, providing for the method of assessment and the payment of the Neighborhood Improvement Area Number 2 assessments in accordance with Chapter 372 Texas Local Government Code as amended, providing penalties and interest on delinquent assessments, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a very long motion and a second. Are there any final comments? Dr. Cardenas, please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Will you please open 25?
25, discussion and possible action to adopt a resolution of the Commissioners Court of Hays County, Texas, approving and authorizing the county judge to execute a Lacema Public Improvement District Neighborhood Improvement Area Number 2 landowner agreement by and between Hays County, Texas and LCSM Phase 2 LLC.
So moved.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. And Commissioner, there's that word choice, neighborhood improvement area. There it comes again. Nice clarification.
Yes, Judge. And Ms. Houston can explain this document.
Yes, this document just is a follow-up to the service and assessment plan and the assessment levy. It's where the landowner acknowledges and accepts the assessment and then agrees, as you indicated earlier, to notify all potential purchasers of the property that it's subject to assessment. And this landowner agreement will be filed in the official public records of the county.
Do you have a sample of that agreement
I believe it
that
was.
you could hold up to
Yeah.
for the public to see? That it's not fine print on the bottom of a piece of paper? You know, that's my goal.
It is fairly lengthy as well.
Of the actual agreement. That's why I was doing the resolution.
This is part of the stack that we sign when we buy a house.
Yes, it is.
But I want to make sure that our community knows that these steps are being taken
Yeah.
so that they won't
yeah.
inadvertently. Thank you for that. And if you just hold on for a second, let the camera chime in so that they can see that you have it and there it is and people can zoom in and know that it's a document in our agenda as well.
Right.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's on page 302 of your packets.
Page 302 of our packet. And the way to read the agenda is on the second column of that agenda item, you'll see the page grouping. So agenda item number 25 starts at page 295 and ends at 471. In case some of you wonder what those numbers are. If you want to go and reference this information in our court of record, you go there and it shall be there. And it is going to always be there. Thank you for doing this. I know it seems theatrical, but there's a lot of concern and I want to help pacify some of that.
Understood.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other comments? Questions? We got a motion and a second. Dr. Cardenas, please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, and I think, do we got to do 26?
That's a separate item.
That's a separate one. So let's go back to 17.
17, discussion and possible action to authorize the county judge to execute a professional services agreement between Hays County and Friesen Nichols, Inc. to provide schematic environmental documentation and plans, specifications, and estimate services for the Jacobs Well Road Corridor Study Project from FM 2325 to RM 12 as part of the 2016 Road Bond Program.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Commissioner?
Thank you, Judge. This item is another item related to our road bond. This firm was selected a couple of months ago, so this is the actual professional service agreement for the work. This project is a Jacobs Well Road Corridor Study between 2325 and RM 12 in Wimberley. One of the reasons that this project was selected is because of the construction of a new school at the intersection of Ranch Road 12 and Winters Mill and the planned increased traffic that will use Jacobs Well. In fact, the school is designed such that all school buses exiting the new elementary school there at the corner will use Jacobs Well Road to get to 2325, where the other schools that are in the district. So at this point, all of the Wimberley schools have been on 2325, so this will be the first school that's not, and the preferred route will be for buses and many parents to take Jacobs Well Road to get to the other schools if they have multiple children. So that was one of the reasons that we have focused on this part. This road is very narrow, does have a low water crossing, and some intersections with both 12 and 2325 that present some challenges. So we've kind of been looking at that area holistically to make sure that we have improvements designed for what we expect to be some increased traffic. Another concern is the city of Wood Creek also connects Ranch Road 12 and 2325. The streets through that area are some city streets within the city of Wood Creek, some that are controlled by multiple POAs, and some that are county-maintained property owners associations. One of them there's actually two property owners association that have interest in those roads. A segment is a county-maintained road, and then the section through Wood Creek is a city street. So that is not the preferred route through a very tight street with houses built, close to the road. It's really not made to be a thoroughfare to connect to RMs that it could be. So what we want to make sure is that we have a safe alternative to that, knowing that traffic will likely probably find the path of least resistance. We want to make sure that that does not pose a danger to the citizens in Wood Creek, and that there are two intersections on Jacobs Well Road with what is a North Wood Creek area, which is in the county and not in a city, that have some site issues, that pulling out of one of those intersections already is a challenge. And so we want to make sure that we address that, understanding that that increased traffic is going to cause that to become even more dangerous for those residents in that North Wood Creek area. So this project is to kind of look at that entire corridor of Jacobs Well Road. At the same time, we also are looking at the intersections of 12 and a section of 12, two different sections of 12 in that way. So those firms have been selected in the past, and I believe they are under contract at this point. I believe this is the last one of these in this area.
Okay, thank you for that detailed statement, Commissioner. Very well done.
And questions, Judge?
Any other comments or concerns or questions? Mr. Borcherding, do we leave anything out?
No.
Beautiful.
All right, if there's nothing further, Judge, I'll move to authorize the county judge to execute a professional service agreement between Hayes County, Freeze and Nichols to provide schematic environmental documentation, plans, specifications, and estimate services for Jacobs Well Road Corridor Study Project from FM 2325 to RM 12 as part of the 2016 road bond program.
Thank you.
Second.
Will you please call the roll, Dr. Gomez?
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open 18.
18, discussion and possible action to call for a public hearing on March 10th, 2020, to establish a speed limit of 20 miles per hour in Sunfield Subdivision, Phase 1, Sections 1 and 2, and a 35 mile per hour speed limit on Sunbright Boulevard.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
We're just calling for public hearing on this. We've had requests on these.
If there are no other comments, please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open 19.
19, discussion and possible action to authorize the county judge to execute a contract amendment number 1 to a contract between Hayes County and American Structure Point, Inc., executed on or about October 11th, 2017, for the RM 3237 Safety Improvements Project from RM 12 to RM 150 as part of the 2016 Road Bond Program.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner, will you explain the amendment?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
So for this contract, the proposed amendments deal with the subcontractor rates. And there are 3 of the subcontractors that have changed. One is for a subcontractor, Rabba Kistner. There were ranges that were initially approved in the contract. So instead of exact hourly rates for certain positions, there was a range for that position that has caused some complications in assigning those hourly rates. And so we have asked that they have one hourly rate as all of our other contracts do. None of the hourly rates are increasing. It is just removing, in the case of Rabba Kistner, a range to a rate. The other is just a name change with RDS becoming WSB. They have added some rates for other positions. Those rates are all lower than the rates that were currently approved for the formerly RDS, now WSB. So there's no, again, no increase in any rates, just additional positions. You might have something that an engineering technician has been added as well as an engineer, and that engineering technician's rate is lower than the engineer. Then there is a new subcontractor they would like to add, which is Cambrian Environmental. So that is a new subcontractor that is added to the rate schedule for the contractors. And so there's probably about 5 or 6 subcontractors that will now be reflected with rates for various positions.
Are there any other comments or questions about this agenda item?
And my first question when this was submitted was, obviously we don't have to agree to amend rates, and we wouldn't if they're going to go up. So obviously wanted to make sure that we're not approving increasing rates for subcontractors, which we're not.
Dr. Cardenas, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Vasetta?
Yes, will you please open number 20?
20, discussion and possible action to authorize the county judge to execute the Second Amendment to a professional services agreement between Hays County and Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman, Inc., executed on or about October 31st, 2017, for right-of-way service for Daisy Lane, Phase 2, from Amberwood Loop to Hillside Terrace, road widening and realignment project.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner?
Judge, what this is doing, excuse me, we're taking some of our funds that were originally dedicated for appraisal review fees and using those for acquisition services instead, since we didn't need those. So there's no funds requested. This is just a transfer of how we're using those funds.
Perfect. Any other comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Vasetta?
Yes, will you please open 21?
21, discussion and possible action to award RFQ 2020-Q02 Lime Kiln Road CE&I Professional Services to BGE Inc. and authorize staff and general counsel to negotiate a contract.
And we have one person signed up to speak. That is Mr. Rodrigo Amaya. Mr. Amaya, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, on this agenda item, I ask y'all to please don't support it on the grounds that I seriously question legal counsel's ability to give proper counsel. The attorney for the county has cost taxpayers, according to my sources, $1.4 million for that water deal. He was involved in the design of the government center. If you look at the lost run report, which is a report that tells us how many times our counties paid out settlements against anything from discrimination to harassment. You get it through the Texas Association of Counties. I went and got my list. We're paying millions of dollars in lawsuits, settlements. Currently out in Wimberley, Commissioner Shell's precinct over there, we got that issue with Constable Ray Helm. I remember a while back, Counselor was headed to Wimberley to go visit with Helm, try to put out the fire over there. Obviously, it didn't work. Really bothers me that when you have 2 jobs, you're here and then you're at the university teaching. What are we getting out of it? Lots of money in lawsuits. I don't know if y'all are aware of, but a former employee for the county worked with Mr. Kennedy for 10 years. There's 2 inmates that passed away. And, some of the information was being withheld from the family, so it was in the millions. That's what his words were. So on those grounds, I ask y'all to please question his ability to lead this county's legal interests in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amaya.
Judge.
I'll entertain a motion.
I would move that we award RFQ 2020-Q02 Limekiln Road CE&I Professional Services to BGE Inc. and authorize staff and general counsel to negotiate a contract.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Comments?
Yes, Judge. This project is actually a project that's part of the 2016 road bond. If you're familiar with Limekiln Road, you're familiar with the flooding issues down there. This is the first step in the process of us solidifying the construction of that project. In the past, we already have the management team in place, and this is the actual contractor who's going to be putting the bridge in. I know those folks out there have had to deal with flooding for literally decades, and this is hopefully the first step in solving that problem. I appreciate Mr. Borchling's work on putting this contract forward, and I know that there was a substantial review process and scoring process, and the company that came out on top on this had excellent scores across the board, and we're looking forward to getting the project started.
Thank you. Commissioner, your time is up. We have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Will you please open agenda item number 22?
22, discussion and possible action to consider granting a variance from Chapter 725.3.07B of the Hays County Development Regulations for the amended plat of Valley View West, lots 4-E and 4-F.
Batter up. Please identify yourself for the camera.
Morning Commissioners, morning Judge Becerra. My name is Colby Mahacek. I am a planner for the Development Services Office here in Hays County. Valley View West is a recorded subdivision located off of Hilliard Road in Precinct 4. The proposed amended plat of lots 4E and 4F seeks to modify the lot lines across the existing 8.13 acres and contain the existing pond within the boundaries of proposed lot 4-F. Water service will be provided by private wells, while wastewater treatment will be accomplished through individual on-site sewage facilities. During review, it was noted that the property receives over 64 acres of drainage from stormwater runoff. Per Chapter 725.3.07B of the Hays County Development Regulations, a drainage area of 64 acres or greater within a contributing watershed for which a regulatory floodplain has not previously been identified shall require the identification of a local floodplain. For areas of flow with less than 64 acres of contributing area, the identification of a local floodplain is not required. However, any concentrated flow necessitates the dedication of a drainage easement. The owner is requesting a variance to requiring the study of the local floodplain, but has agreed to the addition of a drainage easement to prevent development in an area capable of receiving concentrated flow of stormwater. The amended plat for Valley View West, lots 4E and 4F, has been reviewed under the interlocal cooperation agreement with the City of San Marcos, and the granting of the variance is required for approval, as this is the final requirement for review. In addition to the justification and exhibits provided in the backup, it has been requested to have Tom Pope, our floodplain administrator, speak in addition to this item or assist in answering any questions.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion, or Mr. Pope, please approach the podium.
Yeah, they're moving that lot line just so that pond will just be located on one lot, and so if he sells the lots, that people won't be arguing about the maintenance of the pond. So what I did was measured out, they have about 169 acres of drainage that goes down through lots, and I just created, told them how wide to make the easement, so I would be certain that nobody would build in that drainage easement. In the future, if one of those owners does want to build in that easement, they can replat, have the floodplain studied, and then plat it. And to get it So I figured that floodplain, I figured it 400 feet wide, and I compared it to other city floodplain, and I'm comfortable with if they built it up that, but laying the background on the spots to build.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, sir, very much. Commissioner, can we get a motion?
Yes, I move that we grant a variance from Chapter 725.3.07B of the Hayes County Development Regulations for the amended plat of Valley View West, lots 4E and 4F.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner, additional comments?
Yeah, I just want to thank the Development Department for taking a look at this. Really, if you look at the backup, it's kind of self-explanatory if you review the maps and the existing plat. And I really appreciate them taking the time to explain it. So thank you again.
Thank you very much. Any final comments? No? Okay. Please call the roll, Dr. Cardenas.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Will you please open agenda item number 41?
41. Discussion related to the Hayes County inmate population to include current population counts and costs.
I have the report, and if I read it at the end, the reason I read this report from the Sheriff's Office earlier in the court is if I read it at the end, people will call my office and say, you didn't read the report. So I want to get it in as early as I can. So the Sheriff's Office weekly provides my office the report of our jail capacity and the ongoing inmates. So the current maximum jail capacity is still 362 inmates. Jail Standards recommends holding approximately 10% of capacity open. That lowers our capacity to 311. The jail's daily average was 545 and peak was 556 on February 16th, the week of February 16th through February 22nd, 2020. The estimated cost for outsourcing inmates this week is $83,375. The average number of outsourced males is 202, and females are 11. This week's inmates were housed in the following counties: Bell, Burnett, Caldwell, Fort Bend, Guadalupe, Travis, and Walker. And as an additional tidbit, there is no burn ban. Thank you for that. Do you have 26 ready, please, to open?
26, discussion and possible action to award RFQ 2020-Q05 Conservation Subdivision Research and Development Project to GAP Strategies-Dandy Planning LLC and authorize staff and general counsel to negotiate a contract.
Commissioner?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner, additional comments?
Thank you, Judge. This project, the court approved this RFQ a month or 6 weeks ago. We did have a scoring process. The selection was GAP Strategies, Dandy Planning. I believe Ms. Strickland gave a presentation and Alex Thompson gave a presentation on our ideas for conservation subdivision. We had some really good responses for this, really good, and this one was exceptional. One of the team members is someone who actually has written a book on conservation subdivision, so I'm very excited to meet with this person and have him work here in Hayes County. He's worked all over the country. So really good responses, excited about this. If approved, we will plan on bringing a contract back fairly quickly, hopefully within a week or two. And we'll scope that out and bring that back to the court for approval. But just wanted to say we had some really good responses for this, and we're very excited to get started.
Wonderful. Any additional comments? Dr. Cardenas, please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, and that reminded me, when you talk about bringing an agenda item next week, if I don't bring it up now, I may forget. Next week, I will not be in court. I've already spoken to our, what's your title? I forget it sometimes. County Judge Pro Tem, our senior commissioner, Inglesby, will be running the meeting next week. I will be in Maryland. I've been blessed with the privilege and opportunity to have been selected to go and all expense paid trip from University of Maryland to go learn more things so that I could be a better county judge for you. So I won't be in court next week, and now you know why. So thank you for that. Thank you. Will you please open number 27?
27, discussion and possible action to authorize the county judge to execute a maintenance contract between Hays County and American Aerobic Management Systems in the amount of $2,985 for the annual maintenance and inspections of all Hays County septic systems.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments?
Thanks.
Ms. Crumley?
We have 9 systems that need to be inspected. One of them has a monthly inspection. See precinct 4. Inspection and testing.
Annual inspections, thank you. We have a motion and a second. If there are no other comments, please call a roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open 28.
28, discussion and possible action to execute a memorandum of understanding between the Hays County Veterans Service Office and Samaritan Center Counseling related to counseling services to individual veterans and/or their family members at no cost to the county.
So moved.
No, perfect, that's fine.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Will you please approach the podium and identify yourself?
Yes, sir. Morning, Judge and Commissioners. I also have with us Cheryl Robinson. She's one of our social work interns who's been working on this project, which what we're trying to do is provide counseling services here at the courthouse for our veterans. This MOU is very similar to the one we passed.
Introduce yourself.
Yes, sir. Judy Prater, Veteran Service Officer with Hays County.
That was a DJ voice.
Yeah, went ahead into the spill before, but yes, the difference between this MOU and the Austin Vet Center, both of them will be providing counseling services for our veterans, but the Samaritan Center will be able to provide counseling services for families, spouses, children of the veterans as well, so that's the difference. But the goal is for us to have nearly weekly availability to have counselors here provide those services for our veterans.
It's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Are there any additional comments or questions from Mr. Prather?
Just, I'm continually amazed at all the things that y'all do in your office and how ingenuitive you are in creating new relationships, so thank you.
It's always about maximizing opportunities, and we had one, and actually we had 2, so I think this is going to be a really good thing for our veterans here in the county.
Beautiful. Do you have anything to say there? Since you're here and you waited through this whole thing and you're at the podium, you might as well say a few words.
I really didn't expect to be here today.
But start with your introduction.
My name is Cheryl Robinson. I'm a senior social work student at Texas State. Graduated in 2 semesters. I've been given the opportunity to work with you. I've been here 4 semesters now. And they do amazing work, and this is something that's needed within the veterans communities.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your contribution to our program, because I too feel very proud of what our county is doing through Jude for our veterans. Every beating heart matters, and I thank you for helping that space.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Will you please open 29?
29, discussion and possible action to award RFQ 2020-Q03 on-call C&I professional services to place the following firms into a pool for services on an as-needed basis: BGE Inc., Pape Dawson Consulting Engineers, and HDR Engineering Inc.
And we have 2 signed up to speak. The first one is Mr. Rodrigo Amaya.
Thank you again, Judge, Court. On this agenda item 29, the language as needed basis, it greatly concerns me because of the, there's an obvious pattern of reckless spending on behalf of the county on all parts. You know, as a trained investigator, I can stand up here and tell you that. Wanted to share that article Mr. Lyons has over here from the Community Impact that was released about the real cost of doing business for the city of San Marcos. The fence lady and the other incident that just happened where theft by a public servant, over 30,000, 150,000. I also read an article yesterday about a former DEA agent that was arrested Friday. He stole over $7 million, $7 million, as a result of a clear lack of oversight. There's a lot of irresponsible decisions being handed down from this court. You got problems at every level. You know, law enforcement, your HR director, somebody came up here, disclosed that. We've got lots of problems, guys. Court, y'all need to start being responsible and holding these folks accountable. Stuff like this, as needed basis. Were y'all aware that the sheriff's office has 4 drones? Sheriff put bulletproof material in his office. He's hardly even there. Y'all approve that? Did y'all know that? You have to be very careful with the taxpayers' money because over $500 million in debt. That's a lot of money. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Mr. Dan Lyon.
Thank you, Judge Becerra, and just addressing what Mr. Maya said, I do have that article in the Community Impact newsletter here. I can give you all the dates, and y'all can look that up. Y'all really should have addressed number 29, agenda item 29, before passing number 21, but as I've observed before here in Commissioner's Court, once it gets on the agenda, it's almost a foregone conclusion that it'll pass, no matter what the objections are. Now, the reason I object to this is not on account of money, although that is, Mr. Maya pointed that out, and I tend to agree with him, but when I looked in the backup, it seems to have a lot to do with BGE Incorporated, and, you know, how do I say this? I hate to say this, our own sweet, wonderful, always helpful, always cheerful, and I do mean that sincerely, Marisol Villarreal Alonso, Hays County Auditor, is the wife of Freddie Alonso, Senior Construction Inspector for BG&E. Obvious conflict of interest. I know that y'all have done these kind of things before, very questionable, as he was talking about the, Mr. Maya was talking about the fence lady and her change orders, and then we have her in here after all that's been exposed, and she does $37,000 of work on the courthouse. Not saying that she's done anything wrong, it's not been proven in the court of law, so she's innocent until proven guilty, I understand that. Dannenbaum Construction, seizure of Laredo offices records, then you have Dannenbaum working here once again. There's nothing specific on the Austin office that I know of, but the FBI did seize the records in Laredo. You've got County Tax Assessment Collector Jennifer O'Kane sitting on the board which oversees the Central Appraisal District. She is, you know, another obvious conflict of interest. And I know that Mr. Smith explained all that, the most tortured logic I could ever imagine. I find it almost, well, it would be comical if it weren't so serious. y'all have a history of doing these things. Giving contracts to people with conflicts of interest. And sooner or later, more people than just I are going to start coming up here and saying, wait a minute, this doesn't sound right, this stinks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. Agenda item number 29.
I'll make a motion.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second, and
Judge, what
Commissioner
this-
Jones, if you'll start us off.
You bet. What this does, it gives us the ability, excuse me. These are 3 firms that we've pre-qualified that can go to work for us. And it'll save us a couple of steps for some, if we need to get something done a little more quickly. They still have to, once that a project's identified and once it's approved by the court, it still has to come back to us after the rates have been negotiated through our council. So they still have to come back for us for approval, but this just gives us saves us a step of having to go and pre-approve or select a firm.
And I understand the as-needed basis part that has been brought up, and I know we have I know I, as the chair of this meeting, have a very delicate space to sit in when statements are made. It is important to me that I read this every Tuesday. Please keep your comments and language civil and respectful, or you will forfeit the remainder of your time. I promise you, I do the best I can to sit here just like this in my head, waiting for a reason to hit that gavel, to ask our bailiff to help us out in some capacity if necessary. But I do want to make sure that we, as a court, also, as the chair, maintain a flow that is productive and useful. And so instead of identifying specific people or issue related to something that was potentially just said, if we'll address them in ways that are universal, I think that might be more productive to provide answers that are formatted in a universal informational approach. So I would like to have everything addressed in that manner so that we can maintain a peaceful court, as was prayed for this morning. Anything else you'd like to add, Commissioner? I'm going to go through the room.
Judge, I completely agree with you. I think that we've taken steps over the last year to address some of the concerns that have been brought up, but I also feel like anyone who may have been personally addressed should have the opportunity to.
I'm going.
Okay, thank you.
No other commissioner? You're first.
I was
Okay,
just-
so then the next thing I want to do is, we call this the sand pit. And so since these conversation points have been brought up, I ask that you please follow our recommended approach and address with your comments. Mr. Kennedy or Marisol, whoever would like to go first.
What would you like to know, Judge?
I don't want to know anything in case you had something you wanted to say.
Well, I'll comment on the disclosure, which is in backup. If there's a relationship of consanguinity or affiliation, certain disclosures are required on both sides. They're required by an elected official or official of the county that has been on file for some time. A firm is required to disclose in 2 ways. One is our policy that we adopted this last year. The other is statutory. That has been done here, and those disclosures are meant to alert people to the possibility of conflict. It doesn't mean that there is a conflict, but they're meant to alert folks to the possibility of conflict, and the court can then move forward with determining qualifications regardless of that filing. The filing does not make the company any more or any less qualified in most instances. If it does, then that can be considered.
Okay. And thank you for taking that format. I appreciate it. And last but not least, Ms. Villarreal Alonso.
Yes, Commissioner.
I'm a judge, though, but
Sorry,
that's okay.
Commissioner
It
and
doesn't matter.
Commissioner's Court
It
and
doesn't
Judge.
matter.
My husband is employed by this company. He does not work on any Hayes County projects. He never has, and that is a condition of his employment, that he does not work on any Hayes County projects. So he would not be eligible to work on this specific contract. He's actually assigned to West San Antonio on a project off of 1604 and 1560, so he's got quite a commute from Buda all the way to the Elotes area daily. Prior to that, he worked on a project in the city of Seguin area. there is no ownership, he is just an employee of this company. I do not review any contracts, invoices, or procurement documents related to this company. Those duties have been reassigned to the First Assistant County Auditor, Vicki Dorsett. By statute, Local Government Code 84.021 allows me to appoint, and the district judges have appointed with a court order, Ms. Dorsett as the First Assistant, who, in the absence of the County Auditor, may perform the duties required by law of the County Auditor. So there is a court order identifying Ms. Dorsett as the First Assistant who can perform my duties when I am not available. In addition, Ms. Dorsett previously was the Projects and Budget Manager and is very familiar with road bond project invoices, contracts, and so on. So she is more than capable of performing those duties on behalf of the Auditor's Office. Thirdly, it is the Commissioner's Court who votes on these contracts, not myself. I do not involve myself in any of these the contracts related with this company. And fourth, the district judges are aware that my husband works for this company, and they are aware of the procedures taken in my office to avoid or to mitigate the conflict, and they have been supportive of it, and they agree with the procedures taken. If they did not, then of course it would be a different discussion at my family home regarding my husband's employment and where he could seek employment.
Well said, very well articulated. Thank you very much. If there are no other comments, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Will you please open agenda item number 30?
30, discussion and possible action to authorize the county judge to execute an agreement to provide joint funding for the provision of youth services between Hays County, Texas State University, San Marcos CISD, and the City of San Marcos related to the joint funding of a youth services director for the education of local youth.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have one person signed up to speak, Mr. Dan Lyon.
Thank you very much, Judge.
3 minutes.
All right. Let me just say, on court decorum, if I've hurt anybody's feelings, I apologize sincerely. I was reading what was in the backup, and those names were in the backup. And if it had been Joseph and Mary, parents of Jesus, or the whatever, I would have said the exact same thing. So none of this has to do with me wanting to say something bad about anybody. All right, that being said, Core 4, City of San Marcos, Hays County, SMCISD, Texas State University, it looks like on August 9th, 2019, a meeting to discuss, quote, youth master plan, unquote, was held, and apparently y'all came up with, quote, full-time executive level position, unquote, with a, quote, local nonprofit, unquote, for a period of 2 years, not to exceed $20,000 a year. The City of San Marcos will fund 50% of this. The City of San Marcos will contract with Community Action Incorporated of Central Texas for a, quote, memorandum of agreement with our Core 4 partners, unquote. There's some specific language in this which I really don't understand, and I kind of need a definition. All right, I got, quote, indicative longitudinal metrics. Boy, that's that's way over my head, beyond the pay grade. And, quote, a sustainable community-wide mentoring program, unquote. Quote, preventative mental health program. If you're programmed, can you be mentally healthy? All right. Quote, work with the Early Childhood Coalition of Hays County to promote kindergarten readiness, unquote. I have no idea what that is. All right. The person for the new position not to exceed $90,000 for wages as director, plus up to $20,000 for a total not to exceed $110,000. Seems excessive. We don't need another bureaucrat to write reports. we're already over $500,000 in debt. And I know you want to get along with these other three entities, but I say no, we can't afford it. But thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Inglesby, would you like to start us off?
Sure, Judge, in January, we approved the funding of this and the overall initiative, and this agreement just lays out our responsibilities with the other 4 core members. And it is working with our youth of San Marcos and just helping them to be college ready, and there's other programs involved in this just to help the overall, I guess, education and of our youth. And so I think it's a great program. And as you stated, Judge, last time that we discussed this, I mean, these are the future generation that, will grow up and hopefully do some of the things that we are doing. And so I look forward to the positive results of this program that it'll have on our youth.
I agree. We've already funded this position. The decisions have already been made. That ship has already sailed. And our contribution is $20,000, am I right?
Not to exceed.
Not to exceed $20,000. And I am grateful for the Core 4 because it is an opportunity for us to come together in the most useful manner, specifically because I am a lover of efficiencies. I seek efficiency, and when you come together as 4 organizations such as these, it's an opportunity for us not to create redundancies. And the more we work together, the better we'll do. Commissioner Shell, would you like to add anything?
Just agree with Commissioner Inglesby, and that we're fortunate the city provides services to youth that are not necessarily just within their city limits, and I believe that's why we should participate in efforts like these, where there's many children that live in the county that call San Marcos their home, and I believe if we work together, we can provide some efficiencies and be able to serve a very broad cross-section of the youth in Hays County.
Yeah.
And the last thing I'd like to add is, the last thing I'd like to add is, we're going to contribute to our community one way or another. So if we can do, what is the cliche? An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of
Cure.
Thank you. I believe that this is squarely sitting in a place that's most useful for our community, for our footprint, because very often, we already know when I read these sheriff's reports, very often we have people in our jail because of mental health issues, and it's an opportunity for us to catch it before it goes there, which costs us even more money. And so I think we're doing good on many fronts by doing this, and I just want to double down and appreciate the sponsorship.
Yeah, the last thing I was going to mention, Judge, that I didn't earlier was they will also look at mental health. And, that is a big issue, not only in Hays County, but throughout. And so they will look at programs to help that have a positive change in our young people. So I think it's a great program.
Support and appreciation, yes, ma'am. Will you please call a roll if there are no other comments?
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Will you please open 31?
31, discussion and possible action to appoint members to the Parks and Open Space Advisory Commission.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Last time, Commissioner Shell helped us with putting this forward and designating our appointees, and we were grateful for the idea of having 2 representatives each, and that's wonderful. And so I think the goal of this agenda item is to solidify our 2 names. Is that right?
Yes, sir. 2 per court member. And then next week, we will try to bring back some bylaws for the commission for them to follow and get the initial meeting scheduled. So I think I would just ask all the court members to maybe email your appointees after we announce them in court with their contact information, email and phone number to Ms. Crumley, and then she will work with the project leader to make sure that they're all communicated with very quickly. I believe she has some dates in mind for the initial meeting. I'd like to give them all as much notice as possible, but we want to get started at the same time.
Beautiful. So with that, Commissioner, would you like to state your two and we'll go through?
So I did appoint one at the initial meeting, and trying to think of her name, I'm so sorry. Loya, it was Miss Loya. So my second appointment will be Carolyn Gonzalez. She has worked 18 years with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department as the State Parks at the State Parks Division, and so that is my second appointee.
Perfect.
I already gave my two, so we'll
You
see
got
them.
your two, Commissioner Shell?
My two appointments are Scott Way and Laura DuPont.
Perfect. And Commissioner?
I already appointed my two at the previous meeting, but it was Scott Tomhave and Casey Mock.
Beautiful. And I don't want to make a commercial, that's not my intent, but my two appointments, so I won't read credentials and qualifications, but my two appointments are simply Lori Olson and Lisa Pruitt. So that's the end of that agenda item, right? Nothing else to do?
I don't believe there's any action required, just get those names, or I guess we can make a motion to accept. I'll do so, make a motion to accept the appointments as read in court.
Perfect. Motion to accept the names in court?
And Judge, I just wanted to say, you know, for me, it was a very difficult decision because I had a couple of others that were very interested, but I just want to say that we certainly will give everyone an opportunity. I think these meetings are going to be open.
That's right.
And so they will have the ability to come in and share their thoughts and vision. And so.
Yeah, and I do too. I will have those bylaws so that they'll understand kind of how to conduct the open meetings. We want as much interaction with the public and then our various partners across the county. And I'm convinced that we're going to have a really good group and a good commission. So looking forward to getting started.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby,
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes, please open number 32.
32, discussion and possible action related to renegotiation of the collective bargaining agreement between Hays County and Hays County Law Enforcement Association, including but not limited to selection of the bargaining team for Hays County.
Commissioner Inglesby?
It's that time again, Judge, and I'm going to turn it over
You
to,
want to make a motion first?
oh, so, yeah, so moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and now we're in that time of the year. Mr. Kennedy?
Well, fortunately, it's not every year, but it is a time-consuming process, but it is worth doing it periodically. This is going to be our fourth year out. This is the longest collective bargaining agreement we have been under as of yet. The previous two being 3-year contracts, as I recall. So we're talking about roughly 10 years of CBA that we've been under up until now. There's a possibility of evergreen under the contract, which would put the contract expiring in 2021 instead of 2020. But we have received a correspondence from HCLEA, the Hays County Law Enforcement Association, which is the bargaining agent for the bargaining unit, that being the collective of officers that have a right to bargain for certain terms under the CBA. And so that is an official kickoff, receiving that letter. We hold these meetings until we have something negotiated. There is no real rhyme or reason to the timing of the meetings, except that we do try to have them every 2 to 3 weeks initially to lay the issues on the table and then negotiate them. And we try to have that done by budget time so that any kind of budgetary impact that we might have through the agreement is known to the court in advance. A few things to consider would be, and really I think the primary thing to consider would be who the bargaining team would be. I would only ask this. I would only ask that if the court is placing me on the team, and I assume since I've been on the last 3 negotiations I will be, that you also allow Jordan Powell to attend as well. This would be her first round. This will be my 4th, and this is part of the process of me handing off the baton to an eventual retirement and creating some redundancy.
Ooh, are we gonna be putting your picture on a stone soon, taking that? Was that a heads up? Well, thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for that
Picture is
information.
optional. Picture is
Thank you.
optional.
Thank you for the update. Commissioner, is there something else you would like to add?
Judge, if, can I make a motion?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, Judge, I'd like to make a motion as far as our bargaining team to include Jordan Powell, Mark Kennedy, Lon Shell, and Debbie Inglesby.
Second?
And then we can add, if anyone adds that, but I'd like those to be on there for sure.
So we have a motion and a second, and now we have some conversation, Commissioner. It's your agenda item.
Oh, yeah, my name is on it, isn't it? Well, Judge, I'm certainly willing to serve. I know that, you know, this is something that you have an interest in also, and so I'm certainly willing to give up my position and have you serve on the team, the court.
I'd like to vote on my motion then.
And I'd
And that's
also,
something-
sure,
Yeah.
I'd also like the opportunity to be a part of this. And I thank you, Commissioner, for bringing that up. I'd like to be a part of this because it is a county-wide issue, and as you are very in tune with your precincts, it is very awesome to see you're working in your precincts and navigating and negotiating all the constituent concerns within that footprint. And I see my space because I don't have a precinct. My lane, if you will, is countywide. And so being a countywide issue, I find it exceptionally useful for me to be there. And also, I'd like to see if maybe the commissioner would reconsider his motion specifically because we have people running for office, and my biggest hope is not to attack anyone or have anyone get attacked or misconstrue informations and goals. And I value the longevity and I value the experience, but I think it might be more appropriate to have someone not running for office hold that position.
Judge, I would disagree just because it's nothing personal against you, but this is a very important negotiation that's going to affect the county in a lot of ways. And I just think from this dais that Commissioner Inglesby and Commissioner Shell would be our best choices, in my opinion. The rest of the court can disagree with me. They can vote my motion down if they like. That would just be my preference. And again, it's nothing personal, but also you just appointed someone that's running for office to another board also.
But
It might be.
that's good.
Okay.
That's very different, and for that reason, I said I don't want to make a commercial. Like our Commissioner Inglesby pointed out, some very well-earned credentials of her appointment. I could speak for 10 minutes about each of my appointments.
Again, I'm not saying anything's wrong with you, but that's
I
just the
know.
same thing.
But I could speak for 10 minutes of the qualifications of each of my appointments, of why they are so infinitely qualified, and I didn't because I don't want to politicize it. I deliberately did that. And I feel that with our general counsel and Jordan as well added, I think the end product would be a good product. And I think, I don't think we would end up with something terrible, no matter what, because I believe we as a court support the front line, and I think we've supported that idea pretty well as well. So additional comments?
No, I think this is something that, as my colleague just said, it's so important that the one thing I would draw kind of a distinction between the newly appointed commission that we just did a moment ago and this one is the fact that I don't want just a good product on this. And I don't want just a good product on the other one. I want a great product on this. And the two most experienced people on the dais in handling these that have sat in the negotiations room on these before are the two people that the commissioner named, and it's for that reason that I would support his motion.
And I've appreciated the opportunity to be involved in the last two rounds and had a very good relationship with the organization, and I thought that we have done some good things that are making a difference. There's more to this than just pay. It is a part of these negotiations, but there's more to it, and I've appreciated the opportunity to do that. The court's given me that opportunity in the past. I'll appreciate the opportunity to do it again if the court decides to. I've enjoyed participating there. especially the financial piece of it. And I look forward to having the opportunity to serve again. As far as having someone that's on a ballot, I mean, this is our job. There's always court members and officials on a ballot, and but you know, this is our job. This is what we are paid to do. And so I don't think that has anything to do with the ability to do this. That could be said about just about anything that we voted on, that we shouldn't have anything to do with it because we happen to be on the ballot. I mean, there's some people that run for office 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I try to minimize my time down to just as little as possible, close to the election. So, you know, I understand that, but my opinion is that I believe that that's our job. This is what we should be doing, and it's an important aspect of our job. So regardless if, you know, our March or November happens to pop up in the time when these negotiations begin, I don't think that should have anything to do with it.
Okay, and you brought up another good point too, which was in the past you have served as the county chief of staff, and so my additional comment would be to ask that you allow our county chief of staff, as in the past our county chief of staff was present, ask that he be included in that conversation specifically, again, with that privileged 14 years law enforcement and negotiations and all that experience that we're so grateful to see, to be part of that conversation as well. Are you okay with that?
Let's make a vote on my motion, and then that can be a separate one.
Oh, you don't want to add it to your motion?
I already got a motion out there, and I'd rather have that one voted on, and then the court can discuss that as a separate.
So no amendment to add
Right,
the chief of
right,
staff?
yeah, at this time.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second, and we've got our comments. Are there any other comments?
What was the previous question?
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Well, yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
No. Will you please open agenda item number 30?
Judge, excuse me, but this item still, I mean, we can still add other people. If somebody wants to add other people, I just had those as a separate motion. We could still add other people to that if you want to bring up, if anybody wants to motion, anybody be on that. Unless you want to close the item.
How do you feel about it? You want to add a motion?
Is there anybody else that, anybody on this court feels like needs to be on there? They can make that motion. If there's no, we can move on.
If there's no support, I'm not going to waste your time. So that's how I saw it. The writing's on the wall, and I just keep moving. So that's why I went on.
And there are times during the process, we do call on various resources throughout the county departments, whether it's HR, treasurer, auditor. There are times when other county offices are plugged in. They're just not a formal member of the bargaining team.
And Judge, I just want to make a comment. Even though I hesitated to vote on that motion, I think it was just, and look, I'm certainly willing to serve if that's what the court wants, and I will put the time into it that is needed. I guess I hesitated because, you know, I was willing to give up my position for you, and so, anyway, thanks.
Hey, thank you for that. Thank you for the clarification. And that's the way the cookie crumbles, and I'm grateful for the privilege to see it that way. Will you please open agenda? Oh, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I had to step out for just a second, but I had one bit to add. Traditionally, you know, the signatories to this agreement are many. We have each constable and we have the sheriff. And traditionally, the bargaining unit has had two deputy constables appear, and then we've had members from corrections and the law enforcement side of the sheriff's office appear to bargain. Traditionally, on the bargaining team, the sheriff has had Mike Davenport appear and address any issues that are non-monetary and non-budgetary. In other words, if it has to do with discipline and whatnot, that's really something that is the purview of the sheriff. And I just wanted to note that on those occasions, or on the occasion of these meetings, Chief Davenport will likely appear on the administration side of the team as the sheriff's representative. So,
And on that note, how often could I expect or hope to receive updates from your office on how things are moving?
we historically have had executive session updates to, since this is a contract negotiation, we've had a consultation with council regarding these. It's the sort of thing that eventually will be talked about in open court, but not during the negotiation, so we'll provide those periodically.
Through executive? Got it.
Yes.
Sometimes they're almost weekly.
Very good.
Yeah.
Will you please open agenda item number 33?
33, discussion and possible action related to utilizing county funds and/or county grant contributions for materials or items with a seal or logo other than the official Hays County seal, and to authorize payment to Card Services Center for $278 for FedEx office printed materials related to the 2020 Census Outreach Program.
Ms. Villarreal Alonso, this is your agenda item.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners. It was brought to my attention that the countywide operations credit card was utilized to print some materials related to the census that had what we would call a personal seal. In addition, my office received an invoice for some shirts for the census coordinator. Is that her title? And in the invoice, it stated judge's seal. Since the position, the effort is countywide and county funds are not used for personal seals, we reached out to the department head who maintains the credit card, and we were able to discern that the shirts did have the Hays County seal, and so we asked the vendor to correct that invoice, but the materials passed out that were printed did not contain the Hays County seal. They contained the personal seal. In that aspect, we began to look at other seals because it was a failure on, I don't know whose part, but by the time the credit card comes to my office, the purchase has been made. And my office, if we're issuing a purchase order for a seal, should be requesting the proof. And so we began to look at invoices and determined that some invoices did not have the attached proof. And so we began to ask county offices, when you request a purchase order or when you are requesting that the county pay an invoice for your card, that you provide the proof. At that point, the question was asked, well, what is a valid seal? And so that is why I placed this item on the agenda, number 1, to ask the court to authorize payment for that credit card bill. We have one more court, Commissioner's Court available before that statement date. So if the payment is approved, we'd like to process it next week. And then we would like court direction as far as what constitutes a seal that the court is willing to expend county or grant funds with, because even though we received grant funds, we still have to follow county policy and state laws regarding the expenditure of those funds. We did look at some other seals, and as far as to determine whether there was any personal names on seals, and we do have some. The constables, some of them have their name at the bottom of the shield, but they do say Hays County. The sheriff, one of his letterheads has the name, but it also says Hays County. So this agenda item is just seeking the court's guidance, because it is the court's decision, as to what types of seals are acceptable for us to expend county public funds on.
Good. So what I did, seeing that this was kind of two-part, and I asked Anita, as we all know, our admin at the county judge's office. I asked Anita to provide a little summary of what's been going on and create a sequence of events. And Anita, if you'll please approach the podium and give us an update and help shed light on the evolution of thoughts.
So we had a census kickoff on February 11th here in the courtroom.
Yay.
And everyone was invited through county media, social media, and news media. Our funder, United Way for Greater Austin, and the U.S. Census Bureau were not only supportive but thrilled at the turnout and the messaging that we had. It was our opportunity to finally introduce our new census coordinator, Jessica Mejia. United Way of Greater Austin and the U.S. Census Bureau said that we picked the perfect person, given her story and background, for the job as census coordinator. In an effort to save the county money, it was requested that a used loaner laptop, if available, be assigned to the census coordinator. In our attempt to provide an operational laptop and working with IT for several hours, we have concluded that the census coordinator is still in need of a stable and operational computer. But this hasn't slowed Jessica down. She's been tirelessly working on the phone, coordinating census events throughout the county. And whatever she cannot do, I am still there to support and back her up. Jessica has displayed a tremendous amount of teamwork for a can-do attitude. As of recent, we have had some materials that were printed using the guidelines provided by the United Way for Greater Austin, who paid for the flyers with a grant that they awarded to the CCC. The United Way guidance states that the CCC can add additional logos and follow branding and publicity requirements of the CCC. It is at the CCC's discretion to decide how to brand itself. All materials have been reviewed and were approved by the CCC co-chairs. I would like to thank the Commissioners Court for their support. We would also remind you all that a tight deadline is upon us to make sure that we get a complete count. We are happy to work together to ensure a mission is accomplished effectively.
And do you have one of those, I know that was only on one of the flyers, but do you have a flyer that you could hold up that shows that seal?
Yes.
That way we could see it on the camera. There you go, beautiful. If you hold it steady for a second, perfect. That way we can see what we're talking about.
This is the seal right here.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Do you guys have any questions for Anita first?
I do. No one here questions the importance of the census. Actually, every one of us voted unanimously to put $50,000 into a complete account committee and support it wholeheartedly. The concern that I have is that nowhere on this document does it say Hays County. And Hays County, whether it was a grant funds or not, whenever that grant was made, it was made to Hays County. And I've gone and looked at the documentation from the federal level, and they do allow for direct branding of those purchases, those people or those entities that are purchasing. Nowhere on this document it says Hays County. I have a real concern with that. What I have an even larger concern with is the fact that the logo that's being used is also being used, it's also been used in parades and those kind of things as a political logo. And I don't feel comfortable in any way with the county paying for that logo to appear on things at taxpayer expense. And that's a longer discussion that we don't have to get into today. But more specifically, if the county is going to pay for something, it needs to say Hays County on it. And there is no reason for us, and I'm not directing this at you, I appreciate your help. The explanation as to how this happened, it happened, okay? I mean, it happened. The fact is that we should not be distributing this without it saying Hays County. Our taxpayers expect that if they spend their money on something, that they should know that they spent their money on it. And that's where I have a concern. Now, whether that means in the future, everything that we do, I honestly think that every time we use a county seal or there is a seal required on something, For the county to pay for it, the proof needs to be seen by the auditor's office or some approval process prior to it being paid for. I think that's the easiest way to, the easiest way to alleviate this. But the fact is that I am not supportive of paying for this or anything else without a seal that says Hays County on it.
Taxpayer dollars, I mean, that's what he was referring to, just so you know. He's got a great point. Commissioners?
Is
Tammy wanna?
And just a couple things too, and I saw Mr. Villalobos at an event last night, and he mentioned the computer. He did not mention that we have one on order, and because I did call Ms. Crumley, he asked if I could make a call, and when I did, she said that we do have one on order. It should be here any time now. You know, we obviously have to follow our policies within purchasing and IT to get something on order. I know, I appreciate trying to use an existing computer. I think that was, it's worth a shot. Sometimes some of our computers that are laying around are laying around for a reason, and they just don't work properly. So it does sound like that solution is in the works. Ms. Crumley can make comments if she has an update on that.
We just received an email this morning saying that it is not on its way, as they expected. It said that it would possibly be shipped by 5 p.m. on Thursday.
Okay.
So then it goes to IT, and they have to load all the software and so on and so forth, so it may be Tuesday next week. But, I don't know what else we can do to help that, except I've had her come into our office and use my computer to send emails out, or to, use the judge's computer or somebody's computer.
And Anita, I want to take a little moment to clarify. Those conversations, I want to squarely stand in front of. The decision to get a used computer was mine. I said, this is a short-term position. It is 90 days. It is a position for 3 months, for crying out loud. Why are we going to buy a brand new computer for this position? Please, oh please, help me find a used computer that works so that we don't have to spend the money. So that was my ask, and it didn't work out. We got a computer that didn't work, so that was my fault. And the delay on that front is unfortunate, but me trying to save us money caused that delay. And then I wasn't clear in moving as we evolve and move through things on a daily basis. I said to be sure to put our seal on there, and I didn't differentiate county seal, judge's seal. And then when I saw it, I thought, well, that looks nice, no problem. And I thought that, and I didn't see a problem with it. For some of the reasons Anita has provided. First, it's grant money, they're okay with it, it wasn't taxpayer dollars, it wasn't court money used. Second, the federal government said it's fine, what you're doing is, no one saw a problem with that. Third, I had, the federal government said the highest elected official, I know it sounds corny, but that's what they say, that's how they say it. The highest elected official has the authority to turn this thing on, the complete count committee. And so, because I was the person that turned it on, and I do serve on its leadership, I didn't see it. Oh, and I am actually a county employee doing county business. I didn't see it as a real point of concern that on a table full of flyers, one of them had the judge's office seal. And so I didn't think it was a really big deal, specifically considering all the work that is going into it, and that I am a county employee, and that I am not running for office, and that that's years away from even coming to term. I didn't think of it as a political stunt, just to be clear with you guys. Those decisions that took place are absolutely mine, and they're delayed, and I don't see a problem with trying to do a good job. And so, Anita, the unnecessary delays in all fronts that you're experiencing, for the Complete Count Committee are unfortunate, but we'll do the best we can to work through them. I wanted to say that because I don't want you to walk away feeling like I left you hanging or I left you out, because that's not so. I am proud to do what I do, and I do it with the fullest heart and the biggest inclusive intentions, and so I just want to make sure we had that out. Ms. Crumley wanted to add something?
Absolutely. Just to clarify, this morning when I spoke to Commissioner Shell, we had not received the email yet from Marva saying that there was a delay in the shipping. So the last we heard was that it was on its way. So that was, and then you did clarify that the delay in ordering was based on the decision not to order a new computer. I'm not sure what the computer had to do with the seal, but
When did we order the computer?
I think around February 5th.
Okay, so a couple weeks.
We're going to go to Amazon and order it and have it show up at your doorstep before 3 p.m. next time. Just kidding.
But what does the computer have to do with the seal being placed on there?
I'm not sure.
So,
The items are kind of lumped together a little bit.
At any rate, my office did approve the invoice from FedEx. We paid for it via telephone with my department credit card without a backup proof. But a seal on it. Come across in my department.
Very good.
And
Thank you, ma'am.
just a response to the judge, I support trying to use the used computer. I think we try to do that when we can, and unfortunately, it's caused the delay. It's not your fault. I think that was good business. I wish it would have worked. Unfortunately, we're stuck in this time frame. I know we have processes and policies for ordering equipment like that, and it has to go through IT, and then they have to set it up for a lot of its security reasons and things like that, and it is unfortunate, and I just want everybody, that's working on the committee and the help that we have from the community and within our staff understands that, that's not on purpose, that was good intentions. It didn't happen to work. We appreciate everybody's efforts, and I know that they're working hard on that, and hopefully it will get here soon, and I'm sure that IT will make sure that they get on top of that extremely quickly as soon as it arrives and get that out so she can have all the resources she needs.
Thank you. So what direction should we give Ms. Villa to add?
I have offered, and she knows that she has availability to my office at any time to come in and work on anyone's computer and do what she needs to do.
And Judge, I just wanted to add, because I want to make sure that because of a lack of a computer, even though I know it's important to have, that the processes that we are undertaking, we all know, and Commissioner Smith mentioned, we are all supportive. We want this to happen. We need everybody, or as many people as we can, counted, because it affects our county in a big way. And so I just want to ensure that the things that we are doing and have done, that we are moving forward with trying to get this process to where it needs to be and the people counted as we need. So, are we, the actions haven't stopped. Have they? Are we moving forward with everything that we need to do, even without this laptop that we currently don't have?
My understanding is yes. I met with her yesterday, and there are several things that are continuing to see. She was involved in the process. I spoke to her about setting up meetings with the other partners in their precincts to talk about, more countywide efforts. So focusing on a smaller area.
What area did you say she's focusing on, a smaller area?
Our smaller precinct 1.
I think she's, if I understand correctly, tell me, correct me if I'm wrong, as far as I understand, I know the microphone distance. If she's, at this time, because Commissioner Inglesby and I are co-chairs, and we're the ones providing this direction, and so I want to be clear that at this point in time, she is to be reaching out to all the communities, all the other committees, and bringing together for synchronicity. Is that what's happening?
Yes.
And those communities represent more than just precinct 1, as was just stated, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, she'll be reaching out to the libraries in the different areas to do the outreach there. And she's going to be reaching out to the commissioners to arrange a meeting to go visit their offices so that she can find out.
But so far, that's good going forward, but I want to come down to, in the past, the meetings that have been had have been reached out to
Oh, yeah.
more than just precinct 1 though, am I
Oh,
right?
yes, yes.
Because
We have
otherwise,
representatives on our CCC from
all over the county.
all over.
Okay, that's important to me because that's the direction Commissioner Inglesby are under the impression that she is operating on.
Yes.
Okay, good, good, good.
Do we have an item open other than the seal?
No, that's it.
Okay, this is far afield from the scope of the item posted.
Morris,
I would recommend that if we want to discuss this, we post an item specifically for that.
Morris, what is your recommendation, or what are you saying?
Well, I first wanted to clarify something that I find clarifying to many department heads, is just because a grant funded it doesn't mean that the funds do not need to be expensed according to county policy or state policy. Those funds are audited by the external auditors and by myself to ensure that county policy and state laws are met regardless if it is a taxpayer fund through ad valorem taxes, revenue expended, or county or grant funds coming in from federal, state, local agencies, in addition to bond funds, programs, expenditures. All of those funds are county funds. However they come into the county, they still have to follow county policy and they still have to follow state law. So when the Commissioners Court accepts a grant, that is a stipulation, is that even though the grant allows you to spend it on certain items, it still has to follow county procurement policies, county expenditure policies, and state laws.
Marcel, and that's why even when somebody makes a donation, like to the sheriff's office, it still has to come through Commissioner's
It
Court.
still has to be accepted by the court. And at that time of acceptance, if the court wants to set a different standard, then that is when it should be brought up.
Marisol, what other items do we as a county, or have we as a county paid for with this seal
I
that you
know
know of?
that we reimbursed Ms. Collins in early of last year for note cards and business cards. The invoice attached to New World did not have a proof. So I am not sure if that was the judge's seal or a county seal with the judge's name. Most departments, like for example, mine has the county seal and then just my name next to it. Like county clerk has the county seal and then her name next to it. We did not have the proof. So I cannot answer if those specific cards or note cards contain the personal seal or the county seal, which is why I'm asking for direction from the court to ask for proof before a credit card is used to order business cards, note cards, anything that has a seal, or before a purchase order is issued for a seal. Because if a department head has a credit card, they can go and order the business cards without my office being aware of it. If we have a procedure that these cards should not be ordered without proof being submitted to the auditor's office, then we can catch any issues ahead of time.
And this would go for any of the electeds
For
that are.
any of the
Anyone.
electeds,
That are
yeah.
using it.
Whatever we're talking about is
Right.
countywide.
Yes.
JPs or
Or the sheriff.
Constables.
His
Right.
name is on there, that's right, for sure.
But so and that was the other direction is, although there's a name on it for him and the constables, it does say Hays County. Is that acceptable?
So we can start creating infinite distinctions. It's up to us, whatever we want to do on what, the question is specifically is, what are our budgeted dollars willing to pay for? And I believe personally that if we I love consistency, I love the uniformity angle, and I believe, since this is a conversation piece, if it is a county dollar being spent, we should say, we will pay for it as a county for the county seal to be on it. I'm good with that uniformity, but the implications are broad sweeping, and we can be okay with that, and I have no problem with that. And whatever has a, for example, I'm not picking on him, but Sheriff Cutler's stuff, then that might potentially create some additional clarification requirements.
I think it might, and the only reason I say that is because if you look at the, and this is all up for discussion, but the concern that I have is that anything that we put out that is paid for, well, twofold, not just paid for by the county, but on behalf of the county as a whole. I don't want to, I think that both of those, I thought it went out. I think both those, we need to provide clarity that that needs to be the county seal. And the reason I say that is because, number one, again, if the county is paying for it and Hays County is the purchaser, then it should be Hays County on there. But number two, we all act as independent elected officials, the sheriff as well. I don't necessarily want to see if the sheriff puts out something on behalf of Hays County, or if I put out something on behalf of Hays County, which is as a commissioner, I would tend not to do. I would do it on behalf of Precinct 4. But if I do that, I don't want to do that and say, okay, well, I'm doing this on behalf of Hays County, and I'm going to put it out, but I paid for it, so it's okay for me to do that. I'm still speaking on behalf of the county, but I paid for it. Do you understand the differentiation I'm making there?
I do.
So
you're not tying it just to money, but you're also tying it to representation.
correct. And so
you gotta,
it's a twofold thing there, but I would, just to make it for purposes of discussion, I would move that any funds expended by the county or on behalf, any printing done on behalf of the county or use of the seal would be done with the county seal. And I'm not sure how to phrase that to make Marisol's life easier, if that makes sense, with our external auditors.
sounds like Mr. Kennedy's approached the microphone and he'd like to add something. I say that to give the camera a chance to adjust.
Judge, I think based on what I heard you say earlier, there's, I'm not sure that motion captures,
I don't think it
Commissioner, the use of badges by either the sheriff or the constable's offices. I think they use, but now they all say Hays County on them, and but their letterhead will usually have a badge on it and not a seal. So I think if you're isolating your motion to the use of a seal, then, and that seal should be Hays County, or a shield, and that shield should say somewhere on it Hays County, then that would capture it. I think, this is a hard one to capture by motion without some intricacy, I think, and I want to make sure that we're not suddenly prohibiting the use of those shields on the letterheads of law enforcement.
Here's another question for you. We're going to slide right into our First Amendments pretty soon. We can talk about this for 5 hours. I'll just get a restroom break and we're good, right? We also have candy I paid for out of my own pocket, and it has, hello, Sheriff, welcome back. We have candy that I have paid for that sits in my office, and it does have Judge Becerra, which I happen to be the Hays County judge, and it does say on here, Hays County Judge, but it does have the seal with my last name in it, and so I am, to answer the latter part of your comment, I am representing the government in this historic courthouse in a government building in an official capacity as the official sitting judge.
Absolutely.
So is this candy now an extension of me doing official business representing the county, and should I be asked to put it away because it's the second part of your comment, I think, potentially?
Well, I think the concern that I have is that, we, by law, as elected officials, and this is a longer discussion, you can use an official seal in campaign purposes. And if you had the Hays County seal on there, that's one thing. You have giveaway items, that's another, because those are all paid for at your expense. I don't have a problem with that. The one issue that I do have, and this is something that you may want to seek clarification on, as long as the county is not paying for that, I don't have a problem with it, okay?
What you might want to seek clarification on for your own information is whether or not that would be considered by the state an ethics issue, because I know that we're prohibited from displaying items that are campaign related or anything like that in official offices. We can't have anything related to campaigns in a vehicle that belongs to the county. We can't do, it's not like I could have that. And so I know I personally, and I know others have specifically steered clear of, I'll use an example. A charitable organization came by my office a while back and gave me a little painting for sponsoring an event, but it was my campaign logo, and I told them that they couldn't bring it into my office. Thank you so much, I appreciate it, but that's not allowed in here. And that's the logo that I use whenever I walk in parades or whatever. It's on my shirt, but I pay for that. I know that I can't display that in my office. And so the question I would have, I don't have a problem with you buying things at your own expense and displaying them in your office whatsoever. You may want to check into that to ensure that you're okay with the state on that side. What I have an issue with, again, is if the county paid for that with your logo on it at their expense, I would have an issue with that. They didn't, I don't have an issue. You see what I mean? Sure. And I hope that I've provided some clarity there. I just want to make sure that in the official capacity as where we serve on a daily basis, we have to ensure that we represent Hays County. And at the end of the day, if Hays County is funding it, if the intent is for Hays County, then that's what we need to put forth. And we can, again, this could be a much longer discussion. That's just where I'm at. And I'm not sure exactly how to capture that in a motion.
Do we need to ask our general counsel to ask for an opinion from the AG? I mean, how far does this go?
I typically don't provide advice to you all on political matters.
Yeah.
That's for you
This
to.
is not tied too much to political, but maybe use of county dollars on an office seal.
Well, Judge, I have some of those candies here on the table that you
Can you give me
referenced
5
earlier.
seconds? I'm just kidding.
And I think Commissioner Smith's point is whether or not this is something that the Texas Ethics Commission would consider a violation is really the purview of the Texas
Yeah,
Ethics Commission.
it's not our job.
And I would not provide advice on whether that's true or not. I would defer to them and defer to an outside counsel that you retain on your own to provide you advice there. I do agree that it's something that you should probably ask, and I think that you can ask them on your own accord. Now, related to funding, I think the issue before the court today is whether or not county funding should be used for a seal that is not the county seal, for placement on materials that is a seal other than the county seal. And again, I'm avoiding reference to the use of shields on letterheads by law enforcement, which I think is common among all of those offices.
But also, we need to include the conversation about judges and other people that use seals that are still official offices of the government. And so it is identifying what office they're in. And so we just, we could table this for a future discussion, but I just think that there needs to be,
I don't think we can though, is
you
that
can-
she has to.
Although you can get the direction for this one, and then we can create a policy. We can come back with a policy on what we want to do, because I think this is going to affect more offices than just mine. And so because of that, I'm a big boy and I can handle it. But because of that implication, counting the ripples might be a good thing to think about, just for other offices.
Yeah, and Mark, I just want to make clarification. So are you asking any department head or elected official to call the Ethics Commission themselves? I mean, I'm not sure that we have an issue, but if there is a question regarding that, the seal.
So my advice, if anybody asks me this, is you better err on the safe side. And I think if there's ever a question about whether you have political advertising or have done political advertising in a county building, the law on that is clear. You cannot support your own political advertising using county resources. That would mean funding from the county, or that would mean filming from the from a county building that you have access to because of your office, et cetera. That is clear. Now, whether or not a specific instance is some sort of infraction of those rules because of political advertising is something that the Texas Ethics Commission would decide. And I think getting advice from someone, it's important that you get advice from your elections attorney on that and not me. And so that was my point.
And does anyone here at this point in time see this as political advertising?
It's not our.
This is a point of reference to continue that conversation?
I'm not as long as you paid for it.
I paid for it,
Yeah.
Andy, yeah.
Yeah, I think,
And it doesn't say elect or, heaven forbid, re-elect.
I don't have a problem, but if
It's
it
not
was
our
me, I would
decision
probably
anyway,
would
so
check.
that
Yeah, it's not our
doesn't matter to me.
decision.
I just want to make sure where,
No,
because this just slides into a lot of variables, so I just want to make sure that we can answer our agenda item and ask her if we're going to pay for this invoice.
As far as getting into the regulation of what each office does with a logo or something is not I don't really care to get into the weeds on that. If it's used on letterhead or cards, I mean, I think Hays County is a good idea to say it. I can't imagine why you wouldn't want it to say Hays County, since that's who we work for, the people of Hays County. But I don't really care that much, to be honest with you, what someone's individual seals or logos looks like, whether it's sheriff's office, constable, judge, JP, anybody else. That's right. If they put their name in the shield or not, doesn't matter to me.
In an official capacity, I agree with you, but
You know,
still.
so I don't know that we can create a policy that is clear that tries to set rules down for that. I mean, again, I would support it saying Hays County somewhere in there, just in case it is used in a way that someone believes it is something more for just that individual's office, but for some other, countywide initiative, it would be nice if it said Hays County, so I guess I would be supportive of it saying Hays County. I think the issue with this specific one is especially since it doesn't say Hays County, and it is not just an initiative of the judge's office, I think that's what's causing the problem. I think if that logo was the county logo, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Is that correct?
I think if the judge could do it again, he'd put the county logo on it.
Oh, yeah, listen, I already said, yes, put our seal, it was just my lack of clarification. So the direction still stands. Do we ask her to pay the invoice for that flyer?
I would not support that.
So
I would say we reprint it. I would say,
the event already happened, though. It was a table of flyers, and that was one of the table of flyers.
I would say since we have already instructed the judge's office that we do not pay for this personal logo, that
Moving forward, pay no future
we should not be
ones.
paying for this logo because there was another instance where we didn't pay for it already. So that was the standard, is that we don't pay for this personal seal. Which is why we questioned it, because we've already said we don't pay for this seal.
Well, then I would agree with Commissioner Smith.
so this isn't the first time this has come up.
This.
Referring to something like a business card or something in the past.
Well, it's the sign, the first assistant auditor spoke with the judge's office about not paying for personal seals, so we've already made that communication that the personal seal was not to be, we weren't supposed to spend county funds for the personal seal.
But that wasn't a personal seal purchased. That was a thumbnail, if you look at the size of the flyer, of.
It was still the use of it, though.
Right.
That's a problem.
But what, so I should hear then, let's take it this way, since we want to keep going with this, and I'm fine with it. I have time. Since we've allocated this time, I believe, since we're talking about dollars and cents, then what we should do is extrapolate the value of that form and divide it up by square inches, and then I'll pay for the advertisement, since we're viewing it as advertisement.
Judge, you can't pay for advertisement on a federal document, even if we wanted to do that.
And then I'll be charged for the official office representation of the co-chair of this census count with that piece on there, because what about the rest of the information? Why am I sponsoring census stuff personally?
That's a good question. Why are
So I think
you?
it would be a good question to to divide it up in a useful manner if that's how we want to go with this. I think we're spending more time than we're ever gonna, but I'm okay with that. I'm already used to this type of scrutiny. So let's go on with it. How do you guys want to handle it?
What's the auditor's recommendation? You're independent and.
Independent, I've already instructed that we do not pay for this seal.
But on what instance did you refer that to?
On the seal that's hanging over there.
On the wall, right?
Mhm.
So that's, you see the difference? There was an item put on a wall that I never tried. I used a local printer too, no less. But I never tried to submit for reimbursement for a wall piece where this is part of a piece of print. You see the difference? So there was a little misunderstanding on that front. I get it.
I've done this
Judge,
before, and
it's
I'm.
just my responsibility to
I
be
understand.
consistent.
You are doing a
Done this
great job.
before, and to end this, I will pay the $278. I do not believe that the county should pay for the $278. So, I mean,
Take a
we can end this
collection.
now. We won't pay for it, but it will get paid.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Why not just approve the invoice, I'll pay it. We're gonna play this game.
So now we can move on with.
No, sir.
You gotta vote it.
We can move on with.
I still have a motion, sir.
I'm trying to get there, my friend. I'm still the chair. Allow me the chance to express my thoughts so I can keep this thing moving. So we have a thought process revolving around this agenda item. So if you would please entertain clarifying your agenda item on number 33 so that we can move on.
This was actually the auditor's agenda item, not my agenda
Yeah,
item.
this is my agenda item.
Oh, it was a little confusing, sorry.
Well, it says her name right here, so let me clarify it for you.
So.
What I would
she
like to
make the
do.
motion?
No.
No.
Right, I know that.
You asked me a question. What I'd like to do is move that, since we've clarified this specific item, that in the future, any and all usage of the county seal for print or other uses must be cleared or pre-cleared by the auditor's office for use. And that anything for use as, on behalf of Hays County, use the Hays County seal.
Second. Clear enough to be.
I know, I was gonna ask for a
Yeah.
re-clarification
What was
because
that?
we're
I'm
working
sorry.
through it. Would you mind just repeating that?
Sure. I move that in the future, any use or, let me write this down so I make sure I say it
No problem, Commissioner.
exactly correctly.
No problem. We just want to have clear direction for our auditor. Because consistency is my favorite.
Exactly.
This is fun. You guys are helping me in a lot of good ways. I'm really grateful for this lesson. I'm learning so much. I really am.
We try hard.
It's working out. Man, it's working out. I'm genuinely grateful. What I'm grateful for also while he's writing is that I'll still get to use my seal and I'll have that permission. So that's good. That's always good. One more and we get a recess. Well, we go into executive session. Do we need to, while we wait for that, do we need to open all agenda items on executive session, Mr. Kennedy? 35 is the sheriff's office, 36 is general counsel, 37 is emergency services.
The only one I do not know about is 37. That is up to the court. But
Yes.
I think you all want it opened, so yes.
And I spoke with Sherry and the update will be useful on that front.
Do you need 38?
38.
Exchange.
I don't know.
The
Mark, the 38 needs to be opened, is that correct?
San Marcos River in precinct 1? Yes.
Okay, so we're going to open 38 as well. And last but not least, Habitat Conservation Plan, 39. I'm going to say we're opening that one, right?
Yes, it should be brief.
Perfect, no problem, no problem. Ready?
Judge, I move to give direction to the auditor's office that the county seal shall be used exclusively on behalf of Hays County for any items paid for with county funds and for any purpose the county may see fit.
See fit by the court?
Yes, we have to approve each one.
Just want to make sure. By the court. We have a motion. And would you still like to give that second?
Second.
Are there any further conversations or thoughts?
Is that clear to the people that will be?
Yeah. Are you good with it,
Clear enough for
Marcel?
you?
Question is the shield.
I think that you could simply say as part of your motion that this does not encapsulate the use of shields by law enforcement on their letterhead and materials that they send out, which I think is common among all offices.
And the shield does say the
Hayes
It
Hayes County.
does say Hayes County.
Could, I hate to drag this any further.
No,
Is there any
fine,
way
go
we could
ahead.
just bring this general discussion back,
I think so.
just as a
That was my suggestion.
policy to,
Let's do
to make sure we don't create, Commissioner, just to make sure we don't get a,
Off the hip response
Shield
that is
confused
affecting
with the
people
logo.
in a bad way.
I'm fine with this. I want to make your life as easy as possible.
She's already got direction on that front, on the funding.
I understand that. I want to ensure that by the time we get,
The Hayes County seal, and then if it's law enforcement, the shield that says Hayes County on it. And if the individual includes their name, as long as it says Hayes County, is that fine?
I stated, all I care about is Hayes County being on there, but, I mean,
I agree with you.
I don't, again, I just might make it easier if we had something written that has been vetted by your office to make sure there's not an
I'll
outlier
bring
out there.
something
that-
else back.
To include Hayes County.
Yeah.
I'll bring something else back.
And there's nothing wrong with that, but since you stood to the podium, we want to end this agenda item, but if you will please give us your idea, Mr. Villalobos, identify yourself.
Alex Villalobos, Chief of Staff for Hayes County. There are other departments and divisions that use something else besides that Hayes County shield for Hayes County communications. I just want to make sure that when we address it, it's going to address all Hayes County departments and divisions, and that might include some expense and some different changes and policies for those. I want to make sure that we holistically look at that.
That's what I was saying earlier too, so I like the idea of, and I'm glad it's being taken to, just bring it back as a future agenda item for some policy, but in the meantime, she's gotten the direction she needed out of this agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Will you please open agenda item number 34?
34, discussion and possible action to modify the invoice approval process for certain expenditures within the countywide department and amend the budget accordingly.
Commissioners Court, on February 4th, we brought this item to the commissioners regarding the countywide department, where we had expenditures that did not meet generally accepted accounting principles, and that we are required to meet generally accepted accounting principles when we issue our CAFR. And so my recommendation was to move 6 of the budgeted line items from countywide into separate function areas that do meet the expenditure function, so that we could appropriately report our financial statements in accordance with the Government Accounting Standards Board. In order to receive a clean opinion from our auditors, we have to ensure that we do not materially misstate our financial statements. And so by performing these functions, moving these 6 items out of countywide, we will ensure that we are not misstating our financial statements. The other items, when we discussed the approval process with our external auditors, who also audit our internal controls, the main concern was that the individual who is managing the expenditure, who is out in the field, is the individual who should be approving these invoices. And so we made this list, and it identifies the departments that should be approving the invoices. Although they had been initializing the invoices, and then we had been placing the invoices into a batch that was finally approved by the county judge's office. Our internal control process requires those approvals to be performed in our system in NWS. And so that is why I'm here with this agenda item, so that I can get our approval processes back in line, and so that we can provide evidence to our external auditors that the individual who is managing whether the county received goods and services, and approving whether the county received those invoices and services before expenditure is actually included in our internal controls within our automated financial system. So
Your recommendation is included in backup?
the schedule that was presented on February 4th is included in there. It is to move the 6 functions out of countywide and then to approve.
To put them in where, though?
Some of them will be in several areas. For example, the equipment service fee, the LCRA radios, those are used by the sheriff, so they would be placed in the sheriff's department, because he obviously is law enforcement function. The emergency communications will be placed in emergency communications. The constable radios will be placed in the constable department. They need to be separated out. And so we'll have a budget amendment to amend out those budgets and put them into the correct department for the radio services. The alarm lines, they're going to go to building maintenance, as well as the cemetery maintenance. They will go to building maintenance because that department rolls up into a maintenance function in our CAFR. However, with those specific invoices, since it is the road department that is out ensuring that the services are provided, it will be in the accounting function of maintenance, but it will be in a batch for the road department to approve, because we need that road department approver, because he's the one who ensures that the services were received. But it'll be moved to the maintenance department. The Parks and Wildlife, the Texas Wildlife Damage Management Fund will be moved to Parks. And then the autopsies and inquest, we're going to create a human services department in general fund.
How long has this current system that we are operating under been operating this way?
Before my time, it has been. However, with the growth of the county, we see that these amounts are becoming material. And so that's where we can get into a problem with our financial statements. If these amounts are material and we are misstating them under the wrong function, then we will not get that clean opinion. And so we've discussed moving these things out, and it just so happens this is a year that we're hitting a lot of materiality levels. For example, we have sales tax. We have a material difference between what we receive in November is what we receive in November, what was collected in September. Usually that difference was small between the prior year's November. Now it's material, so we will have to push that month over. As the county grows, revenue grows, expenses grow, and our materiality levels are being hit. And so in previous years, this might not have been material to the financial statements, and it might not have affected our opinion. This year and future years, I'm sure that we will hit materiality. And so if we're going to correct, I like to correct everything.
And the other thing you brought up were making sure that our services were received. And so this fix addresses that, is how you're
Yes.
describing it. And so my question now is, was there a question that services were not being received in the past?
Now, we had them initial the invoices, but our internal controls require that that approval be made within New World. When I was discussing internal controls with the departments, with the external auditors, when they come audit, they don't pull out papers. They get access to New World. And back in the day, we had these pink slips that department heads would sign. We would have to provide that to them. Now, they go into New World, they click the approval button, and they see who it was that approved it. And so they're looking for the individual, the department head for the department that received the service, which is why whenever we have a new department head or an employee coming in that is replacing a previous employee, we require the department head to sign that form that says, I give authority to these individuals to approve on my behalf in New World, the invoices that are presented to me. Because the external auditors do not know who, for your example, in your office, they don't know who Anita Collins is, but I have a sheet from the county judge saying that I designate Anita and Alex to approve invoices for my department, and he signs it. So that is the internal control that the external auditor is looking for. From there, then they're gonna go and look into the system and see who approved this. Was it either Anita, Alex, or the judge for that department?
Now, so Ms. Crumley doesn't feel singled out. You've brought up countywide operations a few times. Well, this is the only department that you've presented in this moment. How much energy have you put into other departments to do this cleanup of yours?
Well, it's countywide. It's basically
budget.
countywide.
Right, countywide.
Not
But
the
that's-
countywide department.
Okay,
Not the countywide department. So law enforcement, the sheriff, his function is law enforcement. The only department that really has different functions is the countywide department, because the countywide department developed because there was a lot of things that didn't fall within one department. For example, the postage machine,
Catch-all.
that covered everybody. So it was a catch-all for all these expenditures. And so that's why the attention is brought to countywide, because we know that has expenditures that do not meet the function requirement per the GASB standard. And again, in prior years, it may not have been material. We have hit materiality for those autopsy expenditures, and I would prefer to clean everything up and not just do one.
beautiful,
And not come every year with a different materiality.
good. So does someone have a motion to approve her recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
And a second. Any other comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Basata?
Yes, will you please open 35 through 39?
35, consultation with counsel and deliberation regarding all individual positions in the Hays County Sheriff's Office. 36, consultation regarding employment and duties of each individual position within the Office of General Counsel. 37, consultation regarding all individual positions in the Hays County Office of Emergency Services. 38, consultation regarding the purchase, lease, exchange, or value of real property located on or near the San Marcos River in Precinct 1. 39, deliberation regarding the purchase and/or value of real property qualifiable under the Hays County Regional Habitat Conservation Plan.
Thank you so much for opening all those agenda items. And with that, we go into executive session.
An estimate of the time,
Estimate of the time,
You think we're gonna be more than an
45
hour?
minutes.
45 minutes?
I'm gonna guess.
Thank
What do you
you.
guys think? Executive session? It's new.
Well, we're trying to decide whether to
Yes.
send them or not.
Yes.
What do you think?
I think
Mike's
probably.
on.
Probably an hour.
An hour?
Let's go an hour and then they can come
An
back.
hour? You guys take an hour break.
Okay. Yeah.
While we're waiting, we didn't have anything with that one sign, right? We only have one today?
I think so.
One form to sign?
I haven't looked through it yet. We are back from executive session, and I think we have a couple of motions, and if we'll take them in order.
Is 35 first? All right. Judge, I'd like to move to create new positions and modify our hire dates within the sheriff's office as presented. 4 new corrections officers, effective date, hire date 5/1/20. 4 new corrections officers, effective hire date 6/1/20. 2 new corrections specialists, effective hire date 5/1/20. 2 new corrections specialists, effective hire date 7/1/20. Move 2 record manager office positions, hire date from 6/1/20 to 3/1/20. The fiscal year 20 financial impact of $276,507 for proposed changes are funded through salary savings within the sheriff's office operating budget due to attrition.
We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner
I'm
Ingalls?
sorry. More comments?
I
You
just
got
want
it.
to make sure that, for the record, that the court is hiring this position.
Oh,
Thank you.
please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
And Judge Becerra?
Yes, when the gavel flies. I'm gonna say, you're starting this for us. One more motion?
Yes, Judge, on item number 38, I'd like to make a motion to authorize council to retain surveying services related to the properties currently optioned by Hayes County on River Road and Capes Road respectively in Precinct 1.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other comments that are useful? I'm just kidding.
None.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Commissioner Jones, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Sorry, guys, I just couldn't.
I know.
Do you have signs, ladies?
But are you going to be there on April, in the month of April?
Let me see.
I'm teasing.
What day?
Oh, I don't know. When do they make them?
I can't remember.
Should have stepped up and corrected
Janice.
it.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Agenda item 7, Sherry Alex in the court.
I'm always up.
Janice, I signed
I'm
those.
asking you
Think
that.
Elaine has some
So
of
for
those
trying
work
to ask
authorization.
you, I don't know why.
This is who was there.
If they, April 1st
Those aren't
through the
court
3rd,
documents, right?
if they have one, a meeting on one of those dates?
I think I'm good on the 3rd. Second, it said the second's what I've got on Thursday. It says Thursday meeting.
Oh, it does, okay.
Second.
So will you be in,
Yeah.
okay, just in case, okay.